Today is February 8th. It is our honor to be here to serve our community. Happy Black History Month for everyone that is here. We have some proclamations, some recognitions that we would like to start the meeting with. Welcome my colleague, Commissioner Manolo Reyes. So happy for you to be here. My other colleagues will be joining me. I know they hear my voice and they're going to be coming out shortly. Mr. Mayor, what do we have today?
Proclamation. How you doing, Commissioner? How's it going? Good. Good to see you. Good morning. How's everyone doing today? All right. Well, today I have the distinct pleasure and honor to present a proclamation to a division of our City of Miami Police Department that I'm very proud of. These men and women, I presume, do an extraordinary thing. They do traffic enforcement. They also do dignitary escorts and parades, etc. Yeah, come on up, guys. Come on up, guys. And I'll tell you, it's impressive to watch them work. I've told them this before. They are incredibly well trained. I've seen their trainings. It is not easy. Not everybody passes their trainings, by the way. A lot of people have a struggle with their trainings. What's up, brother? Thanks, sir. Thanks for being here. Good to see you, brother. Congrats, guys. All right, there you go. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, a lot of dapping going on here. It's really incredible what they do, how they do it. They take a lot of risks. You know, sometimes we don't appreciate the risks that people take in their day-to-day jobs, and they are doing this at a very high level with, like I said, a tremendous amount of training. But it's also very risky stuff. I mean, I've seen them. I've been in the car when they're doing these escorts, and you know, everybody knows what Miami drivers are like, right? So they are braving the streets with Miami drivers, and oftentimes doing presidential details, vice presidential details. They do DUI checkpoints. They do school demonstrations, parades, etc. And I mean, they're incredibly accomplished in terms of their production. So just in 2023, they were up 11% in terms of the summons they issued. They were up 32% in terms of DUIs, arrests that they made. And that's important because that's obviously protecting all of you and your children. I see many of you with shirts on. I know many of you are mothers from a school. And so that's protecting you, your children, etc. And they do DUI checkpoints, etc. So they are really, they really make us proud. And so today I get to proclaim Traffic Enforcement Unit Motors Specialized Operation Section Day in the City of Miami. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
Good morning, everyone. This is an incredibly well-deserved proclamation. Thank you very much. I don't know if you folks can appreciate. This is absolutely, hands down, the most dangerous job in the Miami Police Department or in law enforcement. What these guys go out there, and the gals that have worn the helmet and rode those motorcycles go each and every day. And when you look at traffic, it is incredible that they continue to come out day in and day out and put their lives on the line to keep Miami safe. And like the mayor said, man, last year the Miami Police Department issued over 86,000 tickets, and the vast majority by the few individuals you see up here on the day. So thank you very much for everything that you do. You have my heartfelt gratitude. Continue to be safe out there, and may God bless you and your families. Thank you.
They absolutely do an amazing job. It is no secret that I am a staunch supporter of our men and women in blue. I believe they get it right more than they get it wrong. And I know if I'm ever in trouble, they are the first that I call. Absolutely. Without a doubt. They are the ones that put their lives on the line for us. They are the ones that keep us safe. I know there are others out there that want to have a different narrative, but not here. These guys put their lives on the line for us every day. They do that. They sacrifice the time with their families, and their families don't know if they're coming home when they walk out of the door. I ask you to keep them in your prayers, that they are safe and they continue to protect and serve. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your service. I cannot say that. I cannot say that enough. I cannot. And I can tell you that the men and women that protect us, our sergeant at arms, do an amazing job as well for keeping us safe. And I want to thank them also, because they're in the back, in the shadows, and, you know, they don't get recognition either, and they prefer to stay in the shadows. But I just want to say that I love them, and I love them all. Thank you, guys. Would any of my colleagues like to say something? No? Picture time. I wonder why the Herald doesn't pick this story up. I don't see anybody from the Herald taking pictures of this. This is good stuff, good times. And now I believe we are going to recognize our distinguished fire department for their service. You guys come on up. These guys are special kind of guys, because if there's a burning building and there's a fire, I'm running in the other direction, and they run toward it to save us, and that just defies all human instinct, I believe. Come on up, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This morning it gives me great pleasure as I stand here with the mayor, the chairwoman, the commissioners, to recognize one of our own. And we're recognizing them today because of a very unique circumstance that occurred, and it happened to affect us and our fire department family. we had one of our employees who is a heavy equipment mechanic for us apply for and take the test to become firefighter. Now, this is something that he had always wanted to do, especially now because his son is actually a firefighter with us as well. So he could think of nothing greater than to be able to work alongside his son in our profession. And as I said, he currently works for us as a heavy equipment mechanic. So as you go through the hiring process, one of the things that you need to do is take a physical test. And this test is a very rigorous, very demanding physical test. He's in very good shape, and he came through the test with a goal of not only completing the test, but destroying the test. And he came through, and he did an amazing job, and he completed the test in under 4 minutes, or right around 4 minutes, which is an exceptional time. After he finished the test, he left, he got back in his vehicle, he was driving back to work, and he started to feel ill. He felt so ill, he pulled off to the side of the road, called one of his friends, one of our other employees in the logistics division, and told him, hey, I'm not really feeling that great. I think I need you guys to come and come check me out. He was disoriented. He didn't know where he was. So our employees were now trying to find him. He actually was, a couple citizens had walked by, but this individual is so muscular, so large, so scary, he actually scared them off. And if they happen to be watching today from the fire department, we apologize for that. So our people continued to look for him, but they couldn't find him. So they started to turn on the sirens and tell him, do you hear us? Can you hear the sirens? After a while, he said, wait, I think I hear the sirens. So they started narrowing down closer and closer until he said, I see you, I see your truck. So they had the lights and sirens on, they came, they finally found him. Upon approaching him, they realized he does not look good at all. He looks very sick. Something's happening, we need to get him to the hospital. They didn't call a rescue, they threw him in the pickup truck and took him to the closest hospital, Coral Gables Hospital. Unfortunately, as he went into Coral Gables Hospital, he went into what we call cardiac arrest. His heart stopped beating and he stopped breathing. For all practical purposes, he had died. Now, our employees, his friends, were in the process of working with Coral Gables Hospital, trying to revive him, trying to bring him back to life. And I am pleased to stand up here. One of the greatest things that we can do as a fire department, as a fire chief, is celebrate those that we are able to save. Through their efforts, through their diligence, through their expertise, their professionalism, they were able to save the life of one of our own. That individual that they saved, his name is Jose Estrada, and I'm pleased to say he is with us here today. I would also like to ask the three individuals to step forward who without these three individuals, Jose would not be standing here today. The first one is firefighter Eddie Garcia. The second one is firefighter Pete Saavedra. And the third one is firefighter Kristen Gurichari.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you all for being here and for the incredible act of heroism and bravery that frankly embodies what you do every single day. It's incredible that you were able to do it for one of our own, and we're very blessed that you're here with us to celebrate this day. But the truth is that you guys are doing this multiple times a day, every single day, and I think it's important for you all as citizens of the city to understand the level of training and the professionalism with which they do their job under extreme stress. Obviously, you can imagine how hard it is when you know one of your own is going into cardiac arrest, right? And being able to act under pressure, make the right decisions, get him to care, and save his life is really what is the mission of, a big part of the mission of our Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Department, which is, in my opinion, the best in the nation. So thank you, Chief. Thank you, guys. And thank you for those who train you and who work on constantly making you better every single day. Thank you.
We did this for Coral Gables Fire Rescue in their commission meeting because Coral Gables Fire Department assisted us in transferring him to Jackson Memorial Hospital, and I put him on the spot, and I made him not only say some words, but I made him read the plaque as well. I'm not going to make him read the plaque, but I am going to make him say something.
Well, I just want to say thank you to them. These are some of the best friends that I have, and I thank the City of Miami Fire Department. I mean, this is like a family for other employees who work for the city. They don't understand how deep this family goes. I mean, these guys, what they did for me is something incredible. I'm a grandfather, husband, so you can imagine that this is just an incredible moment, incredible feeling. I mean, I don't know. I was gone, so I don't know what was going on. They were doing all the work. I was just laying there, and they did a hell of a job to bring me back, and I just thank God that they were the ones that I reached out to, and I'm a little nervous right now. I wasn't expected to be speaking. Chief told me I wouldn't have to talk today, but here I am talking. And I'm glad I'm not reading. That I didn't want to do. But I thank them so much, and I thank also Coral Gables for all the work they did. Thank you.
And for the record, I told him he wouldn't have to read. I didn't tell him he wouldn't have to speak. In recognition of your commendable performance and heroic efforts on the scene of a medical emergency on December 1st, 2023, on this day, you and your team rendered life-saving treatment to one of our employees when seconds mattered. As a result of your quick and decisive action, our fire department family member survived a life-threatening event. You are a shining example of the pride we take in our job and the selfless acts we demonstrate to save lives. For your extraordinary dedication to service, you are hereby recognized with the 2023 Life-Saving Award, presented February of 2024.
Do we have any more recognitions?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. I just want to, just give me one second if you don't mind. We lost a member of the city attorney's office who was near and dear to many of our hearts. We lost her suddenly. She had cancer, beat it, and then unfortunately it came back in a different form, and it took her life very, very quickly and unexpectedly. This all happened sort of since October of last year, and I was frankly shocked when I heard the news because I didn't even know that she was sick, and that's how sudden and quick it was. And so I just would like to, I'd like to ask you to please have a moment of silence on behalf of Carrie McNulty, who's someone that we cared about, valued, and will miss greatly. Thank you. We'll miss her spirit and her smile. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And at this time, as I have done every commission meeting since I got elected, we are going to start our meeting with prayer, and I am honored to have Reverend Dr. Jules from the Haitian Emmanuel Baptist Church to lead us in prayer today.
Thank you, Commissioner. It is my honor to call upon God before this great assembly. Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we bless and honor your great name because we know that you are the creator of heaven and earth and everything that is in it. We praise you for the gift of life, for peace and security in our city. Father, we know that you have infinite wisdom and mercy and love. Please have mercy on your children. Forgive our sins and deal with us according to your steadfast love. This morning, we pray that you enlighten the minds of the beloved officials of this great city of Miami, so that the decisions that are made here reflect your will, your ideals of justice, equality, peace, and love for all. Let your Holy Spirit guide their conscience in every decision that is made, and that your name be glorified in our city. Father, we also pray for the family of Carrie. We pray that you can console them during this loss. And we pray for peace, for your peace and your grace, for the family of all our officials. Heal them, protect them, and preserve them, so that they can devote themselves to the businesses of the people. In Jesus' name, our Savior, we pray these things. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Reyes, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may all be seated. Why does my chair look low? People always get in my chair. I am joined today with my colleagues, Commissioner Miguel Gabella, Commissioner Pardo, Commissioner Reyes, that I've already acknowledged. We are going to begin this commission meeting for February 8th. We will start with this statement read into the record by our city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Detailed information about the process, order of business, rules of procedure, and rescheduling of City Commission meetings can be found in Chapter 2, Article 2 of the City Code, a copy of which is available online at www.municode.com. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the city clerk and comply with related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the city clerk's office or online at www.municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the disclosure required by the City Code in writing. A copy of the City Code section is available at the office of the City Clerk or online at www.municode.com. The City of Miami requires that anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose before the hearing any consideration provided or committed to anyone for agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested action pursuant to City Code Section 2-8. Any documents offered to the City Commission that have not been provided 7 days before the meeting as part of the agenda materials will be entered into the record at the City Commission's discretion. In accordance with Section 2-33 F and G of the City Code, the agenda and the material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at www.miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the chair for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission unless modified by the chair. Public comment will begin at approximately 9 a.m. and remain open until public comment is closed by the chair. Members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by submitting written comment forms via the online comment form system. Please visit www.miamigov.com/meeting instructions for detailed instructions on how to provide public comment using the online public comment form. The comments submitted through the form have been and will be distributed to elected officials, their staff, and city administration throughout the day so the elected officials may consider the comments prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to elected officials, their staff, and city administration up until the chair closes public comment. Public comment may also be provided live at City Hall, located at 3500 Pan American Drive, Miami, Florida, subject to any and all city rules as may be amended. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such later date before the City Commission takes action on such proposition. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state their name, their address, and what item will be spoken about. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for this meeting may notify the City Clerk. The City has provided different public comment methods to indicate, among other things, the public's support, opposition, or neutrality on items and topics to be discussed at the City Commission meeting in compliance with Section 286.0114 Florida statutes. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity and time before the meeting. Please note, commissioners have generally been briefed by city staff and the city attorney's office on items on the agenda today. Anyone wishing a verbatim record of an item considered at this meeting may request it at the Office of Communications or view it online at www.miamigov.com. PZ items shall proceed according to Section 7.1.4 of the Miami 21 Zoning Ordinance. Parties for any PZ items, including any applicant, appellant, appellee, city staff, any person recognized as a decision-making body, as a qualified intervener, as well as the applicant's representatives, and any experts testifying on behalf of the applicant, appellant, or appellee may be physically present at City Hall to be sworn in by oath or affirmation by the City Clerk. The members of the City Commission shall disclose any ex parte communications pursuant to Florida Statute 286.0115 and Section 7.1.4.5 of the Miami 21 Zoning Ordinance. The order of presentation shall be as set forth in Miami 21 and the City Code. Staff will briefly present each item to be heard. The applicant will present its application or request to the City Commission. If the applicant agrees with the staff recommendation, the City Commission may proceed to its deliberation and decision. The applicant may also waive the right to an evidentiary hearing on the record. For appeals, the appellant will present its appeal to the City Commission, followed by the appellee. Staff will be allowed to make any recommendation they may have. Please silence all cell phones and other noise-making devices at this time. This meeting can be viewed live on Miami TV, the city's Facebook page, the city's Twitter page, the city's YouTube channel, and Comcast Channel 77 for the city of Miami. The broadcast will also have closed captioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Mr. City Clerk, will you please read your statement?
Thank you, Chair. The procedures for individuals who are providing testimony to sworn in for planning and zoning items and any quasi-judicial items on today's City Commission agenda will be as follows. The members of City staff or any other individuals required to be sworn in who are currently present at City Hall will be sworn in by me, the City Clerk, immediately after I finish explaining these procedures. Those individuals who are appearing remotely may be sworn in now or at any time prior to the individual providing testimony for planning, zoning items, and or quasi-judicial items. Commissioners, are you comfortable with all the notice provisions set forth in these uniform rules and procedures we have established for this meeting?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, may I administer the oath for the planning and zoning items?
Please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If we be speaking on any of today's planning and zoning items, the PZ items, planning and zoning items, may I please have you stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And your response is? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Todd. Mr. City Clerk.
Madam Chair, we have a shade session today, and I wanted to know if you could give me an idea, because we have our attorneys, outside counsel, present, and we also have the court reporter that we need to have present. Do you have any idea?
Well, I'd like to get through a bit of our meeting. We have an Omni CRA meeting as well. I hope to do it before lunch, but maybe it'll be after lunch. I hope to have it before lunch, though. But we'll see how. I see a lot of people here that wish to be heard for our public comment period, and I'd like to get through some of our agenda at least before we traverse into that and have a reasonable lunch time, because I don't need my colleagues hangry while we're trying to make decisions. I'm really speaking of myself. I'm blaming it on them.
So then, in order just to, could we do it right after lunch? Then?
If it's not done before lunch, we will do it right after lunch. Yes.
Madam Chair, may I?
Please.
So regarding the RE2 item, there's a lot of people here waiting for that item, but I'd like to defer that item.
You'd like to? Oh, well, I'm going to let the manager. I'm going to have the manager now give us an idea of what is going to be deferred. So if you could, Mr. Manager, let us know if there's any items that will be deferred or withdrawn.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk. At this time, the administration would like to defer and or withdraw the following items. PH1 to be deferred to March 14th. RE2 to be deferred to March 14th. PZ3 to be deferred to March 14th. PZ4 to be indefinitely deferred. PZ5 to be indefinitely deferred. PZ7 to be deferred to March 14th. PZ8 to be deferred to March 14th. PZ9 to be deferred to February 22nd. And PZ10 to be deferred to February 22nd. That concludes the items.
Thank you. Good morning, Vice Chair. How are you today? Do you have any items that you would like to withdraw or defer?
Not at this point in time.
Okay. Commissioner Cabela, do you have
Yeah.
any other items?
Yes, I'd like to withdraw RE3.
Withdraw RE3.
Madam Chair, we also have the PZ6, the city's medical marijuana dispensary proposed ordinance.
Yes.
And do you have an idea whether you'll?
Oh, we're going to get to that. Let me get through our deferrals and withdrawals. Commissioner Pardo, do you
Actually, I'd like to defer that to February 22nd.
have PZ6?
Yes.
PZ6, the medical
Medical
marijuana.
marijuana.
Okay, PZ 6 to be deferred. PZ 6. Until when? Deferred until?
February 22nd.
Okay. Is that it?
A little time to catch up.
Okay. Commissioner Reyes, do you have any items that you would like to? Not at this time. May I have a motion to defer and or withdraw the items that were stated?
Motion.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
I just have a brief statement to read in the record regarding the indefinite deferral of the PZ items. Pursuant to Section 62-22 of the City Code, indefinitely deferred action initiated by the city will cost the city mail noticing, advertising, and posting of properties as applicable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And at this time, I will open the public comment period for those who would like to speak on items that are before us. There was an item that was deferred, and I think that affects many of you, RE2. RE2 was deferred for 3/14, so that item, we won't be hearing that item today. It is not before us, so there's no need to have public comment. If you're here for public comment, there's no need to speak on that item. We'll see you again March 14th. Thank you for coming. Good morning, Elvis.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioner Gabella,
Yes, sir.
please deny the upzoning on the Polish American Club property. The Planning Department's report
I'm sorry,
recommends...
Elvis, could you identify the item so
I'm sorry.
they don't have to look for it?
PZ 1 and 2.
PZ 1 and 2.
The Planning Department's report recommends denial because it would have, quote, an adverse impact of intensity to the abutting single-family neighborhood, and it could result in a traffic increase of approximately 10,400 daily trips and 1,500 p.m. peak hour trips. If these developers want T68 land, there is plenty of other T68 land in the city. This land abuts the single-family homes of Durham Park. Even the existing T5, with a possible 81 feet of height, is already too tall. There is no justification for this upzoning. Please don't fall for whatever the latest political camouflage maneuver is, be it affordable or workforce housing. Don't fall for a Neville Chamberlain approach. If the city wants to induce developers to build low-cost housing, give them a tax break. Don't do it at the expense of the character and scale and quality of life of our neighborhoods. Remember, the city is already zoned to allow 8 times more housing units than were counted in the 2010 census. Please do the right thing, the logical, legal, and common sense thing, and deny this upzoning. Also, Commissioner Pardo, thank you for your proposal to stop big digital billboards in our parks. Billboards are visual pollution. I ask all of you to please stop those billboards and protect our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 second for a comment. If we can have 5 persons at the podium at a time, fire department has advised that we're blocking the exit. So if you can remain seated and allow only 5 persons per podium to be standing so that we don't have a fire hazard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My right side, that will be my right side as well. Can we have those persons over there clear the aisle, please? Those who are not at the podium, would you please either exit the chambers or have a seat? I'm going to wait a second because I want to be able to hear you when you speak. Thank you. If you are in chambers, will you please have a seat? I think we're almost ready. Good morning, ma'am. How are you today?
Good. My name is Nancy Lee, and I would like 30 minutes of silence for the commissioners to make the right decision that the people want on the billboards, PC1, whatever. I'm going to start it, 30 seconds. Please, of silence. Okay, I just want to say that those stupid museums don't belong in the park. The only reason they're there is because we didn't want a baseball stadium. And you were here, Commissioner Carollo, when that was going on. So we fought for the museums because of we didn't want another arena on the water. We gave them free land. They already had free land. Oh, well, that's not good. They already had free land downtown. So this was not something they needed. So we gave them free land. Why do we care about giving them billboards so they can make more money? We do not owe them. We gave them a windfall. And I think that I would like to see all of you make the right decision, because we don't want to be another Las Vegas, another Broadway, another Hong Kong. And you're opening the door.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners. Valerie Riles, 17111 Northwest 16th Avenue. And I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Richard Milstein.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riles.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. I'm Richard Milstein. I'm the Chair of the Trust Board of Directors of 42 Community Leaders for the Arts Center for the Performing Arts, located at 1300 Biscayne Boulevard. And with me today are supporters from the arts. If I could ask them silently to raise their hands, they're used to applauding. We have a good number of people here supporting our position today. Today, as the Chair of the Arts Center for the Performing Arts, we're requesting a friendly amendment to the proposed ordinance, which is under 5115446 and 5215500, ordinance number 2-779, which would amend and would grandfather in the Arts Center under the current ordinance and lift any moratorium for the Arts Center to complete the permitting process with the city as it relates to signage. The presented draft of the ordinance indicates that 3 facilities, all of which were in the city of Miami, as is the Arts Center, are exempted. The Arts Center should be included in those exempt categories, as the Arts Center is in an urban area, not related to parks or to relate to residential facilities. The closest residential facility is 500 feet through the Signature Bridge. There are no other residential areas where we're proposing. We are in the Art and Culture District of Miami, which has been created and developed since the construction of the Arts Center. The Arts Center has relied on the current existing ordinance by considering signage on its campus, which would assist in educating and promoting cultural awareness and opening the doors of the Arts Center to our community, to the fabulous world of performing arts. Iconic buildings like the Arts Center can act as barriers, and the messages on the signs would educate the public to the availability of the Arts Center to everyone. Our annual report, if you haven't seen a copy, we'll get you another one, which we can furnish to you, demonstrates the impact that the Arts Center has now, not only in Miami, but in South Florida and worldwide performances. I'll give you a quick example. We've had 287,090 people attend last year. We've had 4,261 artists perform. 45% of them are citizens of Miami. We've had donated hours of volunteer time of 23,842 and served 71,151 students in 2003. The Art Center has, across the county, performed 108 performances. Additionally, the revenue of the Art Center, the revenue from the Art Center, we monetize and ask our CEO, who will be speaking, to figure out how to monetize better. So the signage helps monetize the operations of the Art Center and permits us to continue the educational programming to every public student in Miami-Dade County during their tenure in the school system, and permit us to have our community engagement beyond our walls and open up to the city of Miami. Today, I ask you for your vote to amend the current pending ordinance to include the exception of the Art Center and to exempt the Art Center campus from the moratorium on the permitting process and allow us to proceed with our contract. The Art Center has submitted our preliminary documentation for a permit, as has PAM, which is under construction. We need to proceed with the project for the cultural and educational benefit of our community and the connectivity to our community. So I invite you, come and be our guest. Tour not only our campus, but behind the scenes in the inner workings of the Art Center. Meet our staff of 120 people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. Good morning, Commissioners. Eric Kurzman, 268 Northwest 45th Street, 33127, appearing on behalf of Adrian Arts Center in connection with item FR 15416, Ordinance 2779. I would like to yield the remainder of my time to the gentleman behind me, please.
Thank you, Eric. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Johan Zietzman. I'm the President and CEO of the Adrian Arts Center, 1300 Biscayne Boulevard. We're just getting the... Good. Thank you for allowing the community an opportunity to provide feedback regarding FR 15416, the repeal of Section 2779. I will be referring to some renderings which we have handed out to commissioners. I hope you have received them. They will also be on the screen. As reflected in rendering 1, if I refer you to rendering 1, the proposed Art Center digital sign faces I-395 and the side of the new signature bridge, which will also be illuminated. It does not shine into any nearby residential buildings. In fact, the nearest residential building is more than 500 feet away. The planned digital signage located at the Art Center is intentionally located away from residential units and focused on the east-west traffic of I-95. As reflected in the rendering 1, our signs are on our campus and not in or adjacent to any park. It is an urban setting. The Arts has reviewed the commissioned light studies, and we are satisfied that light from the Arts signage will not disturb area neighbors. Moving on to rendering number 2, this rendering shows our signs in context with the signature bridge and the arch. As you can see, the bridge is brightly lit up. Lighting from the bridge and traffic on I-395 will far exceed light emitted by our sign, which is small in comparison. Moving on to image 3. As you can see in this image, we currently have a static vinyl sign stuck onto our building that is not effective or economical. These signs only show one activity at a time, sometimes for weeks, until they can be replaced. The quality of these signs does not reflect the iconic nature of our world-class facility, where we do more than 450 different performances a year, and we can hardly do that one at a time. We propose moving on to the next image, image 4. We propose replacing this vinyl sign with digital sign as shown in this rendering. The signs were designed by the same architectural firm that designed the Arts Center, Pelly Clark Pelly. They are both functional and aesthetically pleasing, complementing the building's architecture. And the final rendering shows the sensitive sculptural nature of the pedestal design, complementing the Gary Moore-designed Pharaoh's Dance Arts installation and providing a pleasant pedestrian experience. It's our understanding that the proposed art signage is consistent with FDOT regulations. Our permit application to the city has been submitted in good faith. We ask that you not make the R Center an unintended victim by repealing an ordinance that has already been approved by the City Commission. Please grandfather us in under the conditions of the existing Ordinance 2779. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Bella Mann. I am a resident and homeowner of Silver Bluff, and I'm here to speak on FR1 and also DL1. Quickly on the FR1, I'm not a fan of digital billboards, but at the same time, I'm not here to speak against the item. I'm here to just say that it's a little bit of hypocrisy to read out there that Commissioner Eileen Higgins supports this repeal because it's a city, it's a county-funded PAM. And here I have a memo from yesterday where they're now going, the county commissioners are going now to the second hearing because they already did the first. So the second hearing, there's no public comments, where they're having an ordinance put in so that they can have commercial advertisement along the underline. And these signs are going to be as large as 950 square feet. Their current limit is 750, so they're increasing their signs under the underline by 200 square feet. I'm happy to give this to, pass it on.
Pardon.
Oh, I got a beep. I'm sorry.
You have 30 more seconds.
Okay.
Todd, could you make a copy of this for all of us?
So I'm really concerned that this is happening in parallel with what's going on tonight. And this is something that Commissioner Higgins is supporting. And I just want to say something right now that I am so thankful for Commissioner Carollo standing up to Commissioner Higgins for the Silver Bluff homeowners benefit, because she told us that our traffic issues are based on us procreating and also that we have the traffic issue.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners. My name is Monique McCartney, 1300 Biscayne Boulevard, and I'm here regarding item FR1 15416 and wish to yield my time to Ms. Evelyn Greer.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners and colleagues. Been on the other side of this. Evelyn Greer, 5900 Southwest 97th Street, Miami, Florida. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of the board, as a board member of the Arts Performing Arts Center, to speak to you about the issue of our sign. The larger issue of these signs belongs in your jurisdiction, and we respect the process that you're going to go through in dealing with this problem. But as Obi-Wan Kenobi said, these are not the droids you are looking for. We don't shine in any neighbor. We don't offend any resident. We were extremely careful in making sure not just that we don't shine into the condominiums on Biscayne Boulevard, but that we don't shine into the homeowners in Overtown, which is our neighborhood. Whether you live in a 2-story cinder block or you live in a $1 million condo, we are not going to be shining in your windows. We'd like to have the Commission deal with us as a unique entity. We rely on these signs for our revenue stream. We served 300,000 people last year. The City of Miami happens to be the second larger buyer of tickets at the Adrian Arch Center of all of Miami-Dade County. It's pretty interesting. So we're serving your residents. We serve the people of Miami-Dade County. But we are not the problem that these good people have come down here to object to. We are not causing a problem in a park. We are not taking public property. Our sign's on our property. Our sign is carefully calibrated. You've got this giant bridge coming over, and you've got our sign looking at that bridge. We want to talk to the tourists, the workers going to Miami Beach, the residents going back and forth. We want somebody driving home to say, this weekend, Hispanic Heritage Festival, Jazz Roots, ballet, Broadway. Cool, I want to go. Our ticket sales go like this. They go along, they go along, they go along, and whoop, Thursday and Friday, everybody buys tickets for the weekend. That's Miami. We want to see what's going on, and then we make our decisions. That sign faces the hundreds of thousands of people that go back and forth on Interstate 395. It does not offend good neighbors who are here with genuine concerns about signs. You'll deal with that. We're happy for you to do so. But we are not that problem. Please treat us in a nuanced way. Our sign has been submitted for permit. We've signed a contract. We're on the road. We were super careful to make sure that we would not be the object of this well-intentioned and reasonable problem. So please, we ask you to be deliberate and exclude us from this process that you're going to undertake, which is a very legitimate process. I was on the other side of the dais from you. I understand neighborhood issues. I ask you to consider us uniquely and different because we are not the problem you are addressing today. And we don't want to get thrown out of our rights for no basic reason. If we were a problem, fine, but we're ready to meet the standard that we don't shine into anyone's window. There's no building around us for 500 feet. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jumani Anamdi. I'm the director of Anamdi Contemporary Fine Art here in Little Haiti, and I'm also on the board of Adrian Arch. But I'm really here for personal reasons in terms of the sign. I think we're missing the people that this sign really affects. And it's not the neighbors, because we already know that doesn't shine in their face. It's really all the kids in areas around Miami that the Adrian Arch loves to service. They really have had almost 100,000 people have come there free. Almost 75 students have been serviced last year. So this money is not just so that we can do fancier things. This is so that we can service. Miami is now an art town, whether you like it or not. This is an art town. People need to know what's going on in the arts. So not only does it service them financially, service the Art Center financially so that the children can come to the museums free, but it's also for those tourists, for me, driving down the street, seeing what's going on, because our name will be out there in lights as well. So I think we need to not get so tight on, hey, this is affecting something that is really not affecting, and really go out and say, how many children can this help? How many communities can now come to the arts for free because we have a revenue stream that we're going to end up here anyway? It may be 10 years from now, just because technology is changing, things are changing, not because we're going to pressure you, just because the world changes. And by then, we'd have missed out on $10 million or so. So let's do it now. Let's make it happen. I think that was a buzz. All right, cool.
It was your 30-second buzz.
Oh,
so you get a notice at 30 seconds.
I don't do this. See, that's what I said. I've only come out here for this.
But you were very succinct in
Thank
your
you.
expression, in your support for the Arts
Have a
Center.
wonderful day. Thank you all.
Thank
All
you for
right.
coming. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners. My name is Jay Slowski. I reside at 2127 Brickell Avenue. I stand before you both individually and also on behalf of the Brickell Homeowners Association. We oppose FR1 and FR2. Brickell Homeowners consists of 40 condominium buildings comprised of 7,569 apartments. The average apartment has approximately 2 or so adults. That's over 15,000 people. We also have 38 businesses that are our members. I have passed out a letter that I would like to read into the record. I write this letter on behalf of the Brickell Homeowners Association to communicate our support for the media installations at Perez Art Museum and Adrian Arch Center. As passionate members of downtown, we are eager for projects that enhance the neighborhood, amplify the impact of public art, promote the programming within the arts institutions, and generate revenue to fund arts and culture. Further, the renderings that we received of the projects were creative, aesthetically appealing, and fit well with the ethos of each organization. We also appreciate that the proposed projects meet the illumination requirements in the code and will not create light impact on the neighborhood buildings. Please allow this letter to serve as our request for you to oppose FR1 and FR2. We are a great city. We are becoming a greater city. We need to support the culture and the arts that are endemic to being a great city, and that is the PAM and that is the ARSH. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Kristen Browdy, 888 Biscayne Boulevard, a member of the Parks Committee of the Downtown Neighborhood Association. We love our friends and neighbors at the ARSH, but we think their sign proposal, like this proposal for the massive sign that is already being built in our neighborhood, are immensely detrimental to our neighborhood. The people who live in this area, who are not the people in Brickell, who are not the people farther away, are dead set opposed to this. This will hurt our quality of life. We want a thriving downtown. We love our parks. We love what the people do downtown. Some of us even like Ultra. Not many, but some. But we are very grateful to Commissioner Pardo and to those of you who are seriously considering the way we live. And the way we live is not like the people who live in Times Square. It is not like the people who live in Las Vegas. I moved here from New York. I know what Times Square is like, very close and personal. I worked down there. That's not what we want in our neighborhood. And you will hear from a variety of people from the Downtown Neighborhood Association that there is a coalition, including responsible sign companies. The responsible members of the Outdoor Advertising Association are dead set opposed to this. Please do not create a monster in our neighborhood. Please stop the construction that is already underway. There are already massive panels going up that will shine directly into our windows. Please stop it. We love the ARSH. We want to go to their shows. But they're doing fine right now. They talked about it. They said 300,000 people come there. Do they really need this? I don't think so.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Alex Rubin. I live in downtown Miami at 100 Northwest 6th Street. I have a short and sweet statement for you. I am here to speak in opposition of items FR1 and FR2 and to communicate my support for the media installations at the Perez Art Museum, Miami, and the Adrian Arch Center. As a resident of downtown, I am eager for projects that truly enhance the neighborhood, amplify the impact of public art, promote the programming within the arts institutions, and generate additional revenue to fund arts and culture. I also appreciate that the proposed projects will not create light impact on the neighboring buildings as they are far enough away. Please vote against FR1 and FR2. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Jose Mejia. I'm a process server, Joe Carollo. I was summoned to complain for you to have you removed from office for violating the city chair.
Sir,
you can accept service? Yes, ma'am.
Please step away from the podium.
Yeah,
That
I'm
is
leaving
not
the
on the
summons here.
agenda. If you are here to do a
leaving
service
the
or
summons
process,
here.
please do that. Step to the
All right,
side.
it's here.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you, Joe Carollo. Goodbye.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mark Rosenblum, Chief Operating Officer, Perez Art Museum, Miami, PAM, 1103 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida, 33132. I am here in opposition of FR1 and FR2. I want to start by thanking this commission and city for the past, present, and future support of Miami's flagship art museum. I stood before you 2 weeks ago with my colleagues, reminding you of PAM's 40-year history, our world-class reputation, our continued commitment towards art education, our presentation of museum-quality art inside the building, outside the building, and digitally. Our greatest piece of art is our Herzog and de Meuron design facility, built for our community and beyond. Now 10 years old, it is critical we have the capital dollars to keep it operating and looking like new. The digital sculpture designed by Architectonica is the sole source of funding for these non-operating expenses. 100% of our capital budget is the revenue produced from this project. We have relied on the approved city building permit to construct this sign. We have counted on this new revenue stream, we have depended on the city to keep its word and support the arts. We employ over 200 people in this community. We have done wonders for the property values in our area. We are Miami's museum. So please amend the proposed amendment to allow PAM to finish its project. Please eliminate the moratorium to exclude PAM from its restrictions. Thank you again for honoring your word and allowing our flagship art museum to look and function at its very best. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Rick Madan. I am the president of the Biscayne Neighborhoods Association and represent thousands of wonderful residents of Edgewater. On their behalf, I respectfully urge you to support Commissioner Pardo's proposed modifications to the city code regarding outdoor digital boards. We firmly believe that the current ordinance, specifically agenda item FR1, poses significant disadvantages to our community and should be amended or rescinded. You know, this ordinance was introduced in 2023 by Alex de la Portilla when he was District 2
Sir,
Commissioner.
could you hold on one second? The fire department has asked that we have only 5 persons at the lectern at a time so that we do not create a fire hazard. Could we please not block the aisles? Thank you. Go ahead. You didn't lose any time.
Thank you,
Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair. So again, this ordinance was introduced in 2023 by Alex de la Portilla when there was no District 2 Commissioner at the time to represent the interests of the residents and businesses in the impacted areas. Alex de la Portilla received significant contributions from outdoor advertising special interest to support legislation for these oversized and extra height structures. Now, what are the concerns with the 2023 ordinance? Visual intrusion, property values, especially by the Arts Center. The proposed 1,800 square foot digital billboard would create an undeniable visual intrusion and negatively impact the aesthetics of our city. Studies have shown that structures can decrease property values, a matter of crucial concern for many homeowners and businesses in the area. Health and environmental impact. The light emitted from LED billboards can disrupt sleep patterns, negatively impact wildlife, and contribute to light pollution. These factors can significantly decrease the quality of life for residents and harm our environment. Potential legal and financial issues. We have concerns that these billboards may violate existing state and federal laws. Should future litigation arise, the city could risk losing millions in federal transportation funding. Now,
Thank
we
you.
commend Commissioner Pardo.
Thank you. Thank you.
I thought I had...
You didn't lose any time. Your time is up now.
The only thing I would like to add is the people who are in favor of this, how many actually live in town?
Thank
I'll
you.
bet you none. I live in the
Thank
town.
you.
Please, support it. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Rose Ellen Green. I am a former past president of the PAM Museum, which when I first joined was the Center for the Fine Arts and then the Miami Art Museum. And I'm also the chairwoman of the Building and Grounds Committee of the Perez Art Museum, Miami, at 1103 Biscayne Boulevard. I am here today in opposition to FR1 and FR2. I've been in Miami over 50 years. I mean, I guess that makes me a pioneer. We were considered a cultural wasteland there, and now look at us. We are, leading in so many disciplines around the world. And we are also proud to have a world-class museum such as PAM, which is the crown jewel of our city and admired around the world. For the past 20 years, I have been to this commission and the county commission because I have led the planning, design, and construction of PAM, and I have devoted my efforts to ensuring its financial visibility. The PAM digital sign that's being discussed today took years of meticulous planning and execution to get to this point. So it's surprising to me and disappointing after all these years that we are again being challenged so close to completion. I want to remind people that PAM and OBM have always worked in good faith with the city of Miami, following all the requirements of the city and the state. After public discussion, which was notified to all the citizens of our community, the City Commission passed an ordinance to clear a path for construction and completion of the digital sign in January 2003. That was more than a year ago. The building permit was issued in October 23, and tremendous efforts have been made to deliver this digital structure that will accomplish the following. It will connect Pam to its communities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman King. May I speak on an item that's been deferred?
No. Thank you. I'll
Chair,
see you on the 14th.
But if I just get the speaker's name, since I did make comments, could I just have your name for the record?
I'm sorry. I'm Brooke Sussman, and I live at 2705 Holola Street.
But I'll see you on the 14th.
We'll be here.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Therese Vento, General Counsel of the Perez Art Museum, Miami, 1103 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida, 33132. And I've lived in Miami for more than 40 years, so I'm a supporter of the museum and ARST on this. I'm here in opposition to agenda items FR1 and 2, and the issue of digital signs is no doubt a passionate one. The residents in the condos on Biscayne Boulevard who overlook where the digital signs in Foray and Bayfront parks would directly face them have been passionately seeking to prevent those signs from even starting to be built. But passionate opposition to other signs at Pam and Arch that do not face the residents, and in Pam's instance has already been largely completed, is misplaced passion. The job of this commission is to make its decision in a careful and thoughtful way that does not let misplaced passion lead it to a legally perilous decision that will expose the city to significant liability. Please do not throw the baby out with the bathwater. The risk of violating the museum's vested interest after reliance on the city's allowing the sign is real. And as you have heard, Pam and Arch supporters are passionate too and have come today to show their support. Their need for the revenue to be generated by the digital signs to meet their missions and maintain their premises as the shining cultural jewels of the city is real. It is important to have a true understanding of what the Pam sign facing I-395 will look like when complete. I will be showing, or you will have received, a copy of what the sign looks like upon completion. It is actually quite sculptural and will likely become iconic in time. So Pam passionately urges you to do the right thing legally by exempting Pam and Arch from the ordinance now under consideration and moratorium, because preventing the Pam sign from being completed and operating will create immediate and consequential harm, and nobody wants that.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kiri Wan, address 3001 Southwest 4th Avenue. I'm here in opposition to FR1 and FR2. I understand the composition of the commission has changed recently, and there's a movement to change how business is done in the city. I applaud that. But items FR1 and FR2 represent the same old mistakes that can lead to failures in court that have citizens left to pay the bill. There's a right way and a wrong way to do things, and FR1 and FR2 represent the wrong way, the old way. Make changes that might address real problems and not these billboards that are facing highways. I encourage the commission to make positive changes, and that entails voting down FR1 and FR2.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for all you do. It's incredible to be in here this morning looking at our first responders. I speak to you as the director of the Perez Art Museum, Miami. I come to support my friends and colleagues who have already spoken. We are in the heart of something very special, downtown Miami, an arts and culture district, Heat Arena, the Arch, the Frost. It goes on. We are in the middle of something incredibly special that is growing. Yes, we acknowledge we have a community that surrounds us, and we want to be here for them as well. We also are a museum, as my friend spoke to, that seeks to reach all of Miami and beyond, and to bring people to the museum who are not as fortunate to have those experiences. That takes time and it takes money. We also are in a district with 100,000 students at MDC. It's an incredibly vibrant place with beautiful Maurice Foray Park, with several sculptures that have filled out the space between the arena and ourselves. We look to support these gems. And as my colleague mentioned, all of the proceeds that Pam receives from this initiative go towards our non-operational expenses in order to keep our campus and our building looking new. We want to be the shining beacon that the residents across the street look forward to with absolute pride, and we're here to do that with them. But we also believe thoroughly that we should be considered differently from any other conversation about billboard signs in downtown Miami. We are, as has been mentioned, particularly positioning these signs for the east-west traffic of the Signature Bridge. The Signature Bridge, you saw the large pink arcs that will go across that area. The light from our signs is much less. We have all of the light studies that show that it does not do anything near what the Signature Bridge will do. We just want to be part of the crown jewel that we're all developing here in downtown Miami. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, if I could just have the speaker's name. Sir, if I could just have your name for the record. Sir?
Can you give your name for the record?
Franklin Sermons, Director of the Perez Art Museum, Miami.
Good morning.
Morning. My name is Jonathan Kornberg. I live downtown at 1100 South Miami Ave. I'm here to speak in opposition to items FR1 and FR2. There's a narrative that everyone who lives downtown is in opposition to the new digital signs at PAM and ARSH. However, the people that have been complaining are a small but vocal minority. The proposed signs at PAM and ARSH contribute to the flourishing arts and culture scene in downtown Miami, only adding to its liveliness. As a resident of downtown, I am eager to see projects like this that will enhance our city, amplify the impact of public art, contribute to commerce, and generate programming within the art institutions. Further, the signs are far away from residential buildings, and I'm not concerned about light impact on any of these communities. Not to mention, the Signature Bridge, which is being built adjacent to the sign, will be far bigger and brighter. Even then, it will only add to the beautiful destination Miami is and continues to become. I'm confident that the city of Miami will greatly benefit from this partnership between OBM, PAM, and ARSH. This sign being the first of many great large format accomplishments to come. Please vote against FR1 and FR2. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. I think we have the problem again with the line and the blocking of the aisles. Guys, the fire department is trying to clear the aisle. Good morning, sir. How are you today?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Gene Stearns. My office is 150 West Flagler. I live on Key Biscayne, and I'm proud to say that our Key Biscayne Fire Department's partnership with the greatest fire department in the Western world has allowed us to have the second best fire department in the Western world because of our relationship with the City of Miami. My grandfather started the City of Miami Planning Department in 1927 and served as planning director until 1954. I have roots in this city that go back longer than most and have enjoyed it my entire life. I must say, I've never been to a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous, but they begin, I'm told, or at least I saw it on television, with a prayer. Lord, give me the power to change what I can and give me the strength to understand what I can't. And so you're here today with the power to change the future. What you can't do is change the past. A good friend, Bill Sadowski, the late Bill Sadowski, told me, we were childhood friends, when he was in public office, that a bad idea from my best friend is a bad idea. A good idea from my worst enemy is a good idea. And so oftentimes in today's politics, we forget the source of ideas, and we confuse that with what the ideas really are. In this case, you have two of the finest cultural institutions in Dade County that want these signs. The architecture was approved by their architects. Their aesthetic standards have been established. You are not the FDOT. FDOT makes its rules. They can enforce their rules. But you understand that millions of dollars have been invested in decisions you made that, Commissioner Reyes, for example, you opposed. But you can't change, and you can't change the past. What you can change is the future. And so you have to recognize that exempting these two fine cultural institutions must be occurring. And I will be happy to go back to my office and close this file.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Kenneth Gordon. I live on Venetian Drive, City of Miami, and have done for 40 years now. I also represent the Venetian Way Neighborhood Alliance. In 1982, a film, Blade Runner, was released, set in what was described as a derelict and neon-laced decayed city 30 years in the future. Now, 30 years later, we're beginning to see that prediction come true. With the city center and massive billboards, unabated advertising on our buildings, waterways, roadways, and even in our parks. A pathway to urban decay, or as Ridley Scott described it, a Hong Kong on a bad day. We're not Times Square, we're not the Vegas Strip or Hong Kong. I just thought of something. We have some great art institutions in this city. We also have great art institutions in this, like the City of New York, Metropolitan Museum, Lincoln Center. You don't see massive billboards there. You see very simple advertisements. Metropolitan Museum puts up one banner over its front door. Not electric, it is cloth. And it flows for the period of advertising one particular item. The current new exhibition. I truly hope you see the light, or don't see the lights, and support FR1, FR2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Melody Torrens. I live at 2080 Northwest 13th Street in the lovely Miami Riverfront neighborhood of Durham Park. I'm happy to be here today to speak to you about the potential upzoning for the Polish American Club. Polish American Club has been a good neighbor to Durham Park for many years. They fell in disrepair. Their building was torn down, and it's been sitting vacant for quite a few years now. They are looking for an upzoning to T68, which is kind of big for our neighborhood on 22nd Avenue. And I'd like to be able to say that I would be in favor of the project, but there are 4 conditions that I think would be extremely important for this project to move forward. I would like to see the project be restricted by covenant to no more than 8 stories. I would like it also that the Polish American Club organization will have space in the project at all times, whether an office space or something, some sort of presence to protect the fact that it is the Polish American Club. A 20% set aside for workforce housing. And most importantly, that this project would not come back before PZAB or the Commission to ask for an upzoning for a minimum of 36 months. Our concern in the neighborhood is that the project will receive a T68 zoning and immediately go back on the market and be requesting an upzone in 12 months to a larger project that would be so out of scale. The big concern of us in the neighborhood is traffic. The 22nd Avenue bridge was very overcrowded when the 17th Avenue bridge was broken for about 6 months. We were so backed up, it would take a half hour to get from Northwest 7th Street to my street, which is Northwest 13th Street. It was gridlock. And we know that the 17th Avenue bridge is going to be out of service for several years while it's being rebuilt. And then after that, the 22nd Avenue bridge.
Thank you.
So please consider this with restrictions.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, honorable members of the City Council. My name is Dr. Doug Roberts. I'm the CEO and president of the Frost Museum of Science at 1101 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. I'm here in support of FR1 and FR2 and to let you commissioners know that we strongly oppose the digital billboards in our area. I refer to an email more on the legal issues that I submitted to City Council, and I will also leave it to the clerk if I can enter that to the record. But today, for my few moments, I'd like just to speak about the historical context of these digital billboards when they came into the ideas in Miami. In 2020, we were approached at Frost Science to be a location for one of these digital billboards by Orange Barrel Media, and we reviewed this carefully, looking at its potential impact to our community and the neighborhoods, and also the the spirit of exploration and content that we want to focus upon an interaction with our museum and our trustees, and in our discussions we decided against it. And so I'm totally sympathetic with other museums, and we all are in the same boat of needing more money to make and amplify our good services, and both Arsh and Pam are amazing cultural assets to the city, as is Frost Science, but they're kind of the right way and the wrong way to go about trying to get funding for these sort of projects, and being considerate and making sure they integrate in with the mission is just so important in these categories. And so in this manner, although I'm sympathetic to the need for revenue to do great things, I would ask that we not make this the way that revenue is generated. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Keith Biggins. I support FR1 and FR2 as is. I oppose it, the digital billboards. And my reason is this. I'm going to give you food for thought. Just think about all the casualties that you see in makeshift memorials from people texting and driving. So now, if you add that big digital billboard, they're going to text and drive, they're going to look up and get distracted. You're going to have more casualties, more makeshift memorials. And I understand that the wealthy only care about getting wealthier. But we're talking about human lives at risk. So my food for thought is this. We don't realize or face reality until one of our family or loved ones become that casualty, that we have to put that makeshift memorial out just for a billboard and just for wealth. So with that said, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Evan Newstead. I live at 2150 North Bayshore Drive in the Edgewater neighborhood. I'm here to speak in opposition of FR1 and FR2. I am a season ticket holder of the Arts Center. I think one of the best parts about living in Edgewater is the Arts Center. I support initiatives that help increase the cultural institutions that we love so very much here in Miami, especially in our neighborhood. Additionally, by repealing the laws that allow the Arts Center to get these permits, to get these authorizations to build, I fear that there may be a risk of litigation that ultimately would be passed on to the cost of the taxpayers, and that includes all of us in that room. So I am here to speak in opposition of FR1 and 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Cecilia Tavera, 2 Grovile Drive, apartment 1405, Coconut Grove, Florida 33133. I would like to yield my 2 minutes to Grant Stern, who will speak for me as a City of Miami resident. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Grant Stern. I reside at 425 Northeast 22nd Street. And I wanted to speak in favor of FR1 and FR2 and thank Commissioner Pardo for bringing these items on behalf of the previously unrepresented District 2. I'd like to say that the city has a mechanism already to support the arts. It is called appropriations, and this is the body, the proper body to do so. The city should not sell our quality of life in order to support our cultural institutions by degrading them with commercial advertising. And moreover, today is a lesson in why these kind of projects are corrupting to our civic institutions. As the esteemed Mr. Stearns said, the parties involved have invested millions. Now, I don't know about you, but a charitable organization is not an investment organization. It is not a hedge fund. It is not a commercial REIT. It is here to serve the public and to operate the cultural institutions that we, the people, have funded and created, and donors have also used the charitable spirit to establish and to continuously fund. I'm here today as a neighbor, but I'm also a member of a charitable organization, a 501c3 nonprofit named the New World School of the Arts Alumni Foundation. And our small group, for which I served as an executive board member for 5 years, raises $40,000 a year for scholarships for New World School of the Arts students annually. There are 5,000 members of our group. But we don't go and sell off the very thing, the cultural use, the quality of this, our events or anything. We don't sell anything. We go looking for people interested in the charitable spirit. And speaking of the charitable spirit, I looked through the speaker forms, and I only saw one registered lobbyist, and that was an attorney. But I saw many people speaking on behalf of Pam and Arsht, who are high-paid executives who should be registered lobbyists today. This is a problem in front of this board, and it needs to be corrected. They are not the only people here claiming to be here in the name of charity yet. They are investing in a commercial project seeking to make profit. Okay? A few weeks ago, on an item that was deferred today, we saw the Centeners here without registering as lobbyists, despite having paid $250,000 in bribes and hired a lobbyist to get a...
Sir,
I'm just talking about lobbying related to this, how there are unregistered lobbyists.
Stick to the
May I reclaim my time,
FR1.
please?
No. Stick to the subject at
Thank you,
hand.
ma'am.
Thank you so much.
So, what we have going on here is a series of unregistered lobbyists asking to support a
Sir,
commercial... I'm
that
talking
is not-
about
that
the
is
billboards.
That is not on the item. Stick your...
We have
support-
unregistered lobbyists representing
That is
this
not-
item.
Unregistered
On
lobbyists.
FR2, they're opposing
Sir,
it.
they're unregistered lobbyists. Registered lobbyists is not before this commission at this time.
Thank you, ma'am.
It is not our place or your place to talk about who's registered or not registered. You will not get any more time back. Continue your support or opposition to the items that you're speaking about. Thank you.
Thank you. So, because all of the supporters of the opponents of FR1 and 2 have come here and said that this is an investment and that this is a commercial investment and that millions have been invested, they are here admitting that they are not operating in the charitable spirit required by a 501c3. And I question many of their reasons for being in the offices that they hold, since they do not know that a 501c3 should be operated for charitable benefit purposes only. So I urge this commission to pass FR1 and FR2, protect our quality of life. The nonprofits will have to pay taxes on this money. It's a very inefficient way of funding the arts when the commission can elect simply to fund the arts through the tremendous budget that we have here that funds all of your salaries, that funds the salaries of a very extensive staff, police, fire, parks. We have the money in this city if we want to support the arts the right way, and the right way is not by degrading our quality of life and turning our cultural institutions into REITs and real estate investment companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Paul George Jr. I was born and raised in Miami, and currently I live in the Rhodes, Brickell neighborhood of Miami at 1200 Southwest 17th Terrace. I'm speaking today in opposition of FR1 and FR2. I take I-95 every day on my way to work and drive by many billboards. Many, if not most of them, are eyesores. The digital signs in question today will be quite the opposite. They provide significant cultural value to the city, enhance the city's artistic profile, and will be essential to support funding the Perez Art Museum and the Arts Center to ensure that those institutions will be able to operate for future generations to come. We need to encourage and protect individuals and companies when they do the right thing, follow the proper protocols, and go through the right steps. By repealing the existing ordinance, the city would essentially be punishing these entities that have already expended significant resources and have gone through the proper channels. And lastly, the case law is not on the city's side. If the city moves forward with the proposed action, the taxpayers will be on the hook for yet another long, drawn-out litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Gary Ressler, 169 East Flagler Street. Concerned citizen, board member of the DDA, chair of the Quality of Life Committee, and board member of the Flagler Business Improvement District. Thank you for having me. I'm here in support of item FR1 and FR2, asking that you repeal the LED billboard ordinance. In May of 2022, Orange Barrel Media came before the DDA in an informational capacity to present their concepts for large LED billboards and monument signage throughout the downtown core. The DDA billboard expressed deep concern for the size and scope of the proposed billboards and asked specifically that the Olympia be removed from consideration. One board member compared the size of these to a large 2-bedroom, small 3-bedroom apartment in order to indicate scale. In that Orange Barrel's first and only presentation to the DDA, they acknowledged that they were unable to attain citizen support for their efforts to place sprawling LED screens throughout the neighborhood. The Downtown Neighbors Alliance, the advocacy organization for downtown residents, continues to oppose this project. It's important to note that Pam's neighbor, the Frost Science Museum, is also opposed to the construction of these billboards. While we know billboards have detrimental effects on birds and sea life, no effort has been made to study the effects of these lighted signs and what they will do to the wildlife that call the museum home. I ask that you support our city's residents and repeal the LED billboard ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Todd Schaefer. I'm the Senior Vice President of Administration at the Philip and Patricia Frost Museum of Science, located at 1101 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida, 33132. And I'm here in support of FR1. The issue is a matter of grave concern that threatens not only our institution, but the very essence of our community's cultural heritage. In our capacity as a cultural anchor in Miami's District 2, we have long been committed to providing an enriching and immersive experience for our guests. We remain deeply concerned about the proliferation of enormous digital light-emitting diode billboards in and around our museum campus. These illegal billboards pose a direct threat to the guest experience we strive to cultivate. They detract from the natural beauty of our surroundings, disrupt the ambience that is essential for fostering exploration and discovery. Furthermore, they propose a significant risk to the culture, vitality, and educational opportunities that our esteemed cultural organizations offer to the City of Miami residents. We refuse to allow third-party advertisers to disrupt the harmony of our museum campus, which welcomes millions of visitors annually to discover the arts and sciences. We also have additional concerns regarding the impact of light pollution on our ability to offer evening programs such as nighttime stargazing via rooftop telescopes. The light pollution not only interferes with our educational endeavors, but also has detrimental effect on the wildlife, particularly our birds collection on the top levels of our habitats. As stewards of both knowledge and nature, we cannot ignore the harmful consequences of artificial lighting on the delicate balance of our ecosystem. Therefore, I urge the Miami City Commission to revise the ordinance governing outdoor advertising signs on our campuses and surrounding areas. Let us work together to safeguard the integrity of our cultural heritage, ensuring the future generations may continue to explore, discover, and inspire an environment free from destruction and harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Thursday. I am here in support of FR1 and FR2. I think everyone here can agree that Miami is the most beautiful and healthiest city in the world. And if we go back to 2020, 2020 showed us how important health is, right? Without anything, we need our health. So when it comes to these signs, I think the core problem is not necessarily the signs, it's the aesthetics of the signs. It's more so of the effects of the signs. So when it comes to the point of health being wealth, these signs have a detrimental effect to our health when it comes to the radiation. I feel as though it is our responsibility to look deeper into the effects of the radiation when it comes to our health. And to my knowledge, and please do correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that there's already a guideline on how big these signs can be. So my only ask is to really look deeper into the effects of the radiation frequencies when it comes to the size of these signs, not necessarily just looking at the aesthetics. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Chair, I'm sorry. Ma'am, can I just have your name for the record? Ma'am? Sorry, if I just get your name for the record.
Apologies. Empress Gardner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Courtney Whitney. My address is 2 Alhambra Plaza, Coral Gables 33134. And I'd like to yield my time to the gentleman behind me.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Jose Felix Diaz, to Alhambra Plaza, Coral Gables, Florida. Before I begin my comments, I just wanted to show you a quick video of what these signs will actually look like. I know it'll give context to both the people in the crowd and the folks on the dais. These are renderings that include the signature bridge once completed. Thank you, Anna. I am here today on behalf of Orange Barrel Media regarding items FR1 and FR2. First and foremost, it is important to establish that Orange Barrel Media has been communicating with the Florida Department of Transportation about the legality of these signs at the PAM and the Arts Center from the inception of this process. Last month, these items were deferred in order to give the city staff time to meet with FDOT and to get further clarity. That meeting took place on Friday, January 26th, and the state once again reiterated in no uncertain terms that ensuring compliance with FDOT regulations and the Highway Beautification Act is not within the city's purview and is exclusively the responsibility of the Florida Department of Transportation. Nonetheless, OBM kept the city apprised on how it was in compliance with these regulations. You should have all received a correspondence from me with a copy of an October 11th, 2022 letter from FDOT. The document was written by the director of the state's Office of Right-of-Way, which directly oversees these regulations. That document clearly states how these signs comply with FDOT regulations. In fact, your own city attorney required this letter to be provided by FDOT before you allowed the City Commission to proceed with an amendment to Section 2-779 of the City Code. In that October 11th letter, FDOT clearly states that the Arts Center structures and the PAM structure would not be subject to FDOT permitting because they qualified as on-premise signs. The letter also stated that no rental income from the displays can be received by the entities that own the establishments that the Arts Center and PAM occupy. And I am here to confirm that neither nonprofit owns the building or the land it occupies. The owners are the county and the city, respectively. Further, neither owner will ever receive any rental income. Orange Barrel has relied on the plain language of Florida law and the prior approvals of the City Commission to make significant investments on the time and money in furtherance of these two important nonprofits in the city of Miami. The process matters. These institutions have done everything right. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, great start of the day today, by the way, with those commendations. Really happy to see that. My name is John Dolson, 4205 Lennox Drive, Coconut Grove. I'd like to start with a little bit of humor, I hope. Over the last several years, Commissioner Carroll and Commissioner Alex de la Portilla have repeatedly referred to me as an activist man. Maybe not so friendly a tone, but I thought about that and I thought that's pretty cool. So in the future, if you can't remember my name, I'm happy to go by that. Now, starting out, I'm here to support Commissioner Pardo on FR1 and FR2. You have a great opportunity today to begin to restore faith in our local government, which is dogged by multiple lawsuits and accusations of corruption. Aside from just being concerned about these massive signs going up, and I like the analogy to Hong Kong, I don't want to look like that here in Miami, but I think they will create a snowball effect that lead to other things. That's how Miami works. Once you give an exception here, the next guy comes in and says, you did that there, I get the same thing for me. That's how it works. The public is overwhelmingly opposed in many sectors to these signs. The thing that galls me most about the past decisions is that Alex de la Portilla pushed that through at a time when we had no representation in District 2. There was no commissioner there. We have a commissioner now, Mr. Pardo. Grant him the opportunity to do what he needs to do to help District 2. Yeah.
You have 30 seconds, a little bit less.
On AC1, restore the Grove, settle the redistricting, don't reward personal gerrymandering, keep it intact. And after you've restored the Grove, go for 7 or 9 new districts in this city so that we have more communities restored the same way. And I've heard that before. We need communities restored. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Patrick Range II. Offices at 5727 Northwest 17th Avenue in the city of Miami. Good morning and happy Black History Month to all of you. Being a lifetime resident of the city of Miami, it's a pleasure to be able to be here before you as a Black American born and raised in Liberty City, celebrating Black History Month. And I hope that you all will join me in doing so. I'm here this morning to speak on items FR1 and FR2, and I am in support of Commissioner Pardo's resolutions. Being a lifetime resident of the city, I've watched and seen the growth and the change in the city, and much of it has been for the better. Some of it not so much. You have an opportunity now to set a precedent for our city, and controlling the enlargement of signs. 1,800 square feet is too large for a sign. Why does it need to be that large? It can have a similar effect being a regular size sign. Doesn't make sense. We don't want to see signs up and down Biscayne Boulevard, up and down our other major thoroughfares in this city. We want to see green space. We want to enjoy the natural beauty that's here in the city of Miami. It is being taken away from us at every turn, whether it be to build us a soccer stadium, which may be great. We've lost a golf course. We've lost other green space. Virginia Key Beach Park is laying fallow. You all are the board members for Virginia Key Beach Park. We don't want to see a sign, 1,800 square feet, Virginia Key Beach Park. We want to see a museum, Virginia Key Beach Park, dedicated to our Black history. What are you doing about that, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Debbie Dolson, 4205 Lenox Drive, Coconut Grove. First of all, I want to say I am totally stressed out trying to get up to make a public comment today, so please work on a better system so that we're not jumping up and sitting down and jumping up and sitting down trying to get in line. I really feel like there's a better way to do this. I don't know what it is, but please think about that. I just have a couple of comments, one about FR2, or FR1, I'm sorry. My understanding is that the Arts Center and PAM are in existence to connect with the community for the arts. That's their mission. Yet all I'm hearing is about money, 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 and more money. I understand that they need donors, but a giant billboard overlooking a major thoroughfare in Miami, do we need more distractions for the drivers? Is our traffic, our drivers are crazy enough? They don't need to be distracted by giant lit billboards. Please support the residents who have stood at this podium over and over again asking that the quality of their life not be degraded by these oversized signs. As Commissioner Reyes has said in the past, that we don't want Miami to turn into Las Vegas or Times Square, and we don't need these giant billboards to make that part of our city. These signs are bad for the residents, they're bad for the community, and bad for the city of Miami. I'd also like to comment on AC1 redistricting. Please end the lawsuits and arguments over district boundaries. It's time to do that. Reunite our neighborhoods by adding additional districts, and please accept the map drawn by the plaintiffs, Grace, and the ACLU. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Adolfo Delafant. I live at 1060 Brickell Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33131. I'm here to speak on behalf of Architectonica, which is the architecture firm responsible for designing the digital signage. As the architect responsible for designing the innovative and sculptural structure for the digital signage project at the PAM, I write to share my perspective on the design of the project. Architectonica has been a proud partner of PAM for numerous years. Our firm takes pride in the distinctive sculptural design, the sign currently being built at PAM, which was inspired by the bromeliad flower, a species native to Miami and integral to PAM's campus landscape. The project is carefully placed adjacent to the unarticulated wall of a storage area, specifically so it would not block any architectural features of the building as it stands now. The digital sign project makes a positive contribution through a sculptural and thoughtful design and content that will highlight public art and the public programming of arts and culture in Miami. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioner. My name is John Woluskowitz. I live at 253 Northeast 2nd Street in downtown Miami, and I'm here in opposition of FR1 and FR2. For the billboards, I am pro in the Pam and Adrian Ross Center. You may travel to almost any world destination and you see their dynamic billboards within the city, and they bring a life, they enhance the spirit of that city. Living in Miami, I hope that we will see that the billboards are going to bring a value, they're going to bring a livelihood, they're going to bring a spirit that it's just going to enhance and grow our city into what we can become and what we're further growing into becoming. So I hope that we oppose FR1 and FR2 so that we can continue to grow as a world-class city. And thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Haley Sawyer, and I live downtown at 1161 Southwest 2nd Court. I'm here to speak in opposition to FR1 and FR2 and in support of the digital art signs at the Prez Art Museum and the Adrian Arts Center. The digital art signs are tastefully and artistically designed and will generate substantial funds for organizations that do a lot for this community. The law allowing these signs has already been passed, and it is not a good use of residents' taxpayer dollars for the city to spend litigating this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ava Simich-Work, and I live downtown at 244 Biscayne Boulevard. I'm here to speak in opposition to items FR1 and FR2. There's a story that everyone who lives downtown is against the new digital signs at Pam and Arsht. However, this is not the case. The reason we live downtown is because we are drawn to and like to live in its lively, dynamic atmosphere, not a calm, quiet one. And the proposed signs at Pam and Arsht Center will further contribute to the flourishing arts and culture and architectural and design scene in downtown Miami, adding to its vibrancy and life.
Thank you. Good morning. Sir, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and esteemed council members and commissioners, actually. My name is Leroy Lee. I am a proud, lifelong resident of the city of Miami. I'm a graduate of Miami Northwestern, College of the Holy Cross in Worcester, Massachusetts, and after graduating University of Florida College of Law, I look so forward to coming back to Miami to live, work, and play. In this time, what I've noticed is that, number one, the traffic has increased. Before I forget, I am in support of items FR1 and FR2. Unofficially, I've noticed that traffic has increased substantially, along with the distractions between cell phones, just lack of attention to the road. I think the signs would be a public health, public traffic safety problem. Number two, more importantly, when it comes to Miami, the skyline, the sun, the palm trees, the beaches, the birds, and the coastline is what makes Miami, Miami. We have more than enough odd nuisances in the last 15 years. I ask that we limit the signage. I support FR1, FR2, and may you guys have a wonderful, blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Randy Marble. And I'm a resident of downtown. I live at 100 Northwest 6th Street. And I'm here to speak in opposition of FR1 and FR2. The proposed sign will add to the overall dynamic downtown vibrancy and to the future of Miami that is being developed at this current time, and aid for further to the PAM's overall dynamics. The sign is away from residential buildings and shouldn't have a much impact of light on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Elena Maria Lim, downtown. Short. Elena Maria Lim, a downtown resident. Can you hear me now? Like this? Oh, I haven't been on a microphone for a long time. I'm retired.
Welcome.
I have already signed the petition opposing the billboards, but I came here today to personally add my voice to that of many concerned downtown residents who oppose them. We must not allow our beautiful downtown skyline to be destroyed by unsightly advertising billboards. Moreover, this is a Pandora box. By allowing one billboard, soon they will multiply like mushrooms. That's the sad part of it. In conclusion, having lived in Manhattan for 50 years, I agree with a previous speaker's statement. There are no billboards on any of the museums there. The MoMA, the Met, the American Museum of Natural History, the Frick Gallery, none of them have billboards. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, Chair. Can I get the speaker's name? Ma'am?
Ma'am? Ma'am?
Ma'am? Can I just get your name again for the record? I'm sorry.
Elena Maria Lim.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Peyton Marion. I live at 398 Northeast 5th Street in Miami. I'm here to speak in opposition of items FR1 and FR2. There's a narrative that everyone who lives in downtown is against the digital signs, but I'm here to say that this is not the case. Downtown residents are drawn to the bright, energetic atmosphere, and the signs will only contribute to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
My name is Marley Schatz, and I live downtown at 488 Northeast 18th Street. I'm here to speak in opposition of FR1 and FR2. I moved downtown for the vibrant city life and cultural institutions. I'm a patron of the arts and live near the Arts Center and PAM for this reason. I think the signs would be great for all of us and contribute to this already existing vibrant city. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name's Nancy Mendez. I'm a resident at 888 Biscayne Boulevard. I understand the potential benefits that these large billboard signs can bring to the community. However, as an executive that travels extensively throughout the state of Florida to raise awareness for educational initiatives in the community, I reside in my neighborhood because of the close proximity of the airport, and I do believe that placing signs that are going to pose significant challenges to the health and wellness of the residents that live here, disturbing their rest. I'm already impacted by the strobe lights for Bayfront Park, where Ultra Music Festival, and installed blackout shade and spent thousands of dollars to minimize that. But these are permanent. I think the residents are concerned because of the light pollution. It's going to also take away from the ambiance of the area in which we live. That's that peacefulness that we receive from the neighborhood, and there's not much of that for respite in this large urban cities. And I also do think we have already issues with concerns and distractions on the roadways that are causing accidents. And when there are games, and I live right across from the arena, you have a high police presence monitoring pedestrians to make sure they're not getting hit by cars because of the existing distractions. This will continue to pose a more significant risk to the residents and those that come into the area to enjoy the community. So again, I favor Commissioner Pardo's FR1 and 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone who's before us. Again, happy Black History Month, and I would too like to echo the sentiments of so many that we start off by grabbing hold to those low hanging fruits, and let's do something about the line before we do something about larger signs. Ogden Nash once said that I think that I should never see a billboard as lovely as a tree. Perhaps unless the billboard falls, I'll never see a tree at all. So making these LED billboard signs bigger, as many of you are aware, can have negative implications for the environment and for our residents. By the way, thank you to all the residents who came out to speak on behalf, and I hope those who are serving their constituents and the community are listening to the concerns in the hearts of the people. I want to say, firstly, increasing the size of these signs means that we have to put out more resources and that are needed to manufacture them and install them. And this will lead to an increase in consumption of raw materials, energy, water, and during this production process, all of which can contribute to an environmental degradation and pollution. Additionally, larger LED board signs require more electricity, more power, more resources that I believe all of you know, even if you're not living in the heart of Miami, you all have experienced the blight that so many are experiencing that these resources can be utilized for. Moreover, expanding these large signs, large LED boards, will disrupt local ecosystems and wildlife and habitats. The installation of these signs may require...
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All in all, please, I hope you all listen to the community and be aware that the community supports you, so support the community.
Chair, I'm sorry, can I get the speaker's name, sir?
Sir.
My name is Brandon Jones. I'm a life resident of Miami, Florida, and I'll use the address 5120 Northwest 24th Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sonia Merchant, and I live in 900 Biscayne Bay. I am a long-term supporter of PAM, and I'm so disappointed that an institution that uplifts visual art is so willing to create visual pollution for the community at large. I wish they had taken the stance that their neighboring museum, Frost, did. I would say you don't need a shining beacon to be a shining beacon. The other thing I would ask you all to consider is those of us who are residents and have come to speak about why we are opposed to having billboards have all come at it from different points in our own words. And yet I have heard over and over again from the so-called residents who are supporting that we maintain the billboards a very simple narrative where it starts with, don't believe the narrative that all residents, whatever, we live downtown for the vibrant, whatever. Just keep that in mind and consider what that means. So thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Pardo.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Mia Savino. I live at 900 Biscayne Bay. I'm here to speak out in opposition of the billboards and the damage that they will do to our downtown skyline and the quality of life of our residents and neighbors. The origin of the signs can be traced back to January 2023, when then City of Miami Commissioner Alex Diaz de la Portilla sponsored the legislation that more than doubled the limit of the kind of billboard allowed in that part of Miami, from 750 square feet to 1,800 square feet. In the 10 months that followed, Diaz de la Portilla's political committee took in $225,000 from a different committee that received most of its funding.
Ma'am, please. Support opposition. We don't need the rhetoric that you're about to say. That's not why we're here. Support why you support, deny why you deny.
Sure. What I'm trying to say is that these exceptional guidelines for oversized on-premise signs were originally intended to be on-premise, which means that they'll advertise the establishment's principal activity and don't generate revenue. The PAM and Arch Center have already spoken on the record, saying that the signs will generate revenue for their organizations and that this lack of revenue will harm their annual budgets, directly violating the state's requirements. The size of the monster signs, the invasiveness of the light intruding into people's homes, the tacky nature of commercial advertising that will be changing every 8 seconds is unacceptable from a community point of view. We're not Times Square, Las Vegas, or Hong Kong Harbor. The city is growing up from the party capital of the world to a financial powerhouse, which is why many of us have chosen to move here from other cities. These signs will bring that growth backwards, so I ask that you please consider listening to the residents of the community who chose to live and invest in downtown Miami based on the beautiful community design that is in place without this digital blight and endless amount of light pollution that will damage the quality of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, City Commissioners. My name is Terrell Fritz. I live at 111 East Flagler Street, and I'm Executive Director of the Flagler District BID. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the BID, we have forwarded to you a resolution supporting FR1 and requesting a specific amendment. So I spoke 2 weeks ago about the importance of the historic Olympia Theater, not only as its individual status on the National Register, but as its contribution to the downtown Miami Historic District that's on the register. So I'll be succinct and specific. Our resolution to remove the Olympia Theater from possible sites will allow us the time to understand how outdoor signage and advertising might become a future component of that restoration project. We look forward to the redevelopment of the historic Olympia Theater as a cultural asset and would love to see this discussion take place in context of the future redevelopment. Our resolution reflects previous Downtown Development Authority discussions, and Executive Director Christina Cuervo forwarded our resolution yesterday reflecting both the urbanism and the Board of Directors, and I understand that that discussion is going to be had further at the Executive Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Francois Iez with WHAM, offices at 333 Northeast 23rd Street, Miami, Florida. I'm here today to discuss the proposed legislation FR1 and FR2 and its potential impact on law-abiding operators like ourselves. We have digitally followed the legal procedure to obtain city permits for our signage projects, ensuring compliance with local regulations and thorough scrutiny by city authorities. Additionally, we've entered into lawful agreements with Bayfront Park and work with staff to place these signs on the outskirts of the park. And furthermore, we have also obtained outdoor advertising permits from the state of Florida. Our significant investment of over $1 million reflects our dedication to these projects and their value to the community. Our signs measuring only 400 square feet and at pedestrian eye level are modest compared to others in the area, such as PAM, which is 100 feet and spans 1,800 square feet. The city code today for outdoor advertising is 750 square feet. The state statute 479 is 950 square feet. However, the proposed legislation intended to address out-of-scale signs like those at PAM and possibly at ARSH may inadvertently penalize lawful operators like us. I urge the Commission to reconsider passing FR1 and FR2 as currently drafted, considering the unintended consequences that may arise. Let's work together to find solutions that uphold the law while supporting business endeavors like ours. Keep advertising at 750 square feet as it is today in city code.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Javier Avignon with law offices at 1450 Brickell Avenue, here also on FR1 and FR2, specifically addressing the signs that were previously approved by license agreement in October of 2022 for Bayfront and Maurice Ferre Park. As indicated by the prior speaker, those signs are of a very different size and scale. They were, again, approved by license agreement for specific locations, specific sizes, to ensure that they were of the right size and scale for the neighborhood, 400 square feet and freestanding at eye level. We urge this commission, it's always this commission's prerogative to enforce and apply policy and change policy. However, it is important that vested rights and the principles of and the doctrine of equitable estoppel be acknowledged for those good faith actors and operators that applied the law. As the prior speaker also mentioned, our signs went through a state approval process. We have obtained state permits. Those state permits required the city also to authorize and approve that process. So we have a number of different mechanisms by which we relied on the city and in good faith have moved forward. We are in various stages of permitting process for those signs, and we ask that at the very least, if this commission were inclined to move forward with FR1 and FR2, that there be an acknowledgement, a very clear acknowledgement of our signs based on the doctrine of equitable estoppel. I am going to put on the record a couple of cases, which I know the city attorney's office is very well aware of, but just for purposes of the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Mike Llorente, 3800 Northeast
First Avenue, and I represent Outfront Media. You know, when you've managed to activate and enrage city commissioners, county commissioners, neighborhood organizations, an entire industry, cultural anchors like the Frost, you probably went a little bit overboard in whatever you were doing. And that's exactly what happened with the proposed signs at the Frost, at the PAM and at the Arsht. These signs are massive. There's nothing like them anywhere in the state of Florida, and that's probably because they're prohibited under Florida law. In the case of the PAM, they have another issue, because that sign is prohibited under the 2008 lease agreement between the city of Miami and the PAM. When this commission approved the PAM lease agreement on December 11th of 2008, then Commissioner Sarnoff had the foresight to insist that there be a 90-foot height limit for anything built on that site. The commission agreed, and it was incorporated into the lease. 90 feet. The proposed sign is 100 feet. Clearly in violation of the lease. The proposed sign also violates the use restrictions in section 4.1 of the lease. The signage restrictions in section 19.1 of the lease. And by the way, I'd like to correct something that was mentioned earlier. It was mentioned, well, you know, the PAM doesn't own the ground or the improvements. Not true. Under that lease agreement, the PAM owns the improvements. So, long story short, commissioners, not only do both signs violate state law, the PAM sign violates the use, height, and signage restrictions of the lease with the city of Miami. And you, as a contracting party, as the lessor, have the right to enforce the lease and to bring that sign down. You also have the right to legislate, to correct, amend, rescind bad legislation, and close the door on these supersized, illegal, ridiculous signs. We urge you to do both. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Buenos dias. Sakpase, Madam Chair, Commission. We are in support of FR1 and FR2. However, the increase of the signs from where they are regulated now to nearly doubling the size of it, being in this very unique community called Miami-Dade County, home of the 2 Live crew. I'm a product of hip hop, and to see right now LED screens rolling around Miami-Dade County advertising stripper clubs and advertising all kind of lewd content that when I'm in the car with my own child, it's hard to regulate these things. And I've seen billboards on the side of the 826 advertising Brazilian butt lifts and all kinds of other things that otherwise a few years ago it wouldn't be appropriate. I'm questioning, is there going to be any regulation on the content that's going to be on these tremendous screens? These are some of the things that as parents we need to think about, because we know that the arts are traditionally compromised when they have to fund themselves. So who's to say one day that the PAM is going to need some money and Coca-Cola or Burger King or any kind of the junk foods or anything else is going to want to advertise on these billboards, and we got to ride down the street and see half-naked women or half-naked men or any kind of other things on these big, gigantic billboards. So for a number of reasons, the pollution, of course, the light, it degrades the skyline and it degrades the landscape of Miami. However, we need to consider the long run and what it could do when we permit one thing to open. You open up a door for, you give some people an inch and they take a what? You know the rest. So consider those things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I'm sorry, sir, can I have your name for the record?
Jose Philip Tavernier.
Good morning.
Good morning. Alexa Ledesma, from Vice President of DNA and President of Met One Condo. DNA, as you know, represents over 30,000 residents, and I'd like to thank our new Commissioner Pardo for really standing up and protecting and serving our community and bringing FR1 and FR2 to the table. We already, as residents of downtown, that will be impacted with these LED lights. And who knows, we talk about one and then it could be many more. If we don't control it now and stop it now, it will continue. And as I stand before you, I echo everything what these people, these residents have come. They've taken time out of their day to present this to you because it's impacting us. So we as residents that live in that community that will impact us, we're saying stop and think. Is it worth the money to change our skyline and impact the community that you are here to protect and serve for money? No. We are a community. We are Miami. You know, have our own unique. We don't need to be a New York, Town Square, Las Vegas. We are Miami. So please, I ask that food for thought is put yourself in our place. Would you like LED lights blaring into if you had a condo unit, into your unit, and protecting not only our quality of life, our investment and our equity and value of our properties? Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Pardo.
Thank you. Good morning.
So good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Madam Chair. So I don't know if you witnessed last night, but our Miami Heat, that's in the city of Miami, celebrated Black History last night.
They sure did, and in a big way.
They had 162 men of color on the basketball court to represent the 162 people of color that made the city of Miami a city. And guess what? And then they took their voting rights back from them after they did it. Think about it. They swore them in, let them vote to make the city a city, and then they took their voting rights from them. The people who helped make the city, it wouldn't have been a city if it wasn't for people of color.
Mr. Jones?
Okay.
Well, I want you to say all of that.
I will.
I have to be fair to everybody.
I get you, Commissioner.
Okay.
I get you. I'm sorry, Madam Chairwoman. So I want to say this. You know I'm a people person. So I'm down for what the poor people think. I'm down for what our community feel. So I support our community on this issue. And I want to leave you with this. If I agree or disagree with an elected official, we still need a representation for that seat. It was not a sitting commissioner when this item was brought up. If I agree or disagree, we still need representation. It was not no representation. I support item F1 and F2. It did not have representation. They did not have a sitting commissioner to voice their opinion or decision, and that's why it needs to be supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Peter Ehrlich, I live at 243 Northeast 59 Terrace, and I'm here representing Scenic Miami and also the Urban Environment League. Obviously, I'm speaking on FR1, FR2. Obviously, I oppose billboards. You've heard excellent speeches this morning opposing billboards, and many neighbors have spoken. LED billboards are the worst form of visual pollution. They are created to distract residents and tourists. We hope there are 5 votes here today to oppose the illegal billboards. We are told the proposed LED billboard at Pam is illegal under state law and illegal under county law, and we are told that the sign violates the lease, the 2008 lease between the City of Miami and Pam. Please vote to support the local residents who have spoken, and there are many more that could not be here this morning. And please vote to support a local commissioner, Damian Pardo, and we hope to hear 4 or 5 votes this morning or this afternoon supporting the legislation to oppose illegal billboards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman. We have a video, and then I can start on the loop, right? Great. Good morning. My name is James Torres, and I am the president of the Downtown Neighbors Alliance. And I just kind of want to look around here with all due respect. I've been hearing a lot of things today, but I can tell you the PAM has done 0 outreach to the community. Let's be very clear about that. So today we find ourselves standing in a personal change in the city of Miami. Don't take my time away yet. I don't know what he's doing. Thank you. the video will show how the impact of the community is. So again, we're at the heart of a pivotal moment that lies at our critical decision regarding the future of our skyline, our downtown community, and the integrity of our government. As we look upon the Perez Art Museum's tower billboard and the soon-to-be built its counterpart, the Adrian Arts Center, we soon will be seeing several structures throughout the core of the downtown neighborhood, which is not justifiable because part of these deals were done in secrecy and backroom deals that stand a stark reminder of unchecked influence of money and politics and the disagreeing of the will of the people. However, there's also an opportunity here, an opportunity to make a right and clarify what has happened. When newly elected Commissioners Pardo and Gavela, they ran on transparency and accountability. I clearly ask you today here to support FR1 and FR2. So as president of the DNA, which we represent over 30,000 individuals that live in the core, we have to make this very clear. What has been going on here for far too long is incorrect. It's time for the people and this community and this body to make the right decisions for us. Continue seeing the video. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you all for being here. My name is Christy Tasker from 150 Southeast 25th Road, and I am in opposition of the billboards going up as a whole. Throughout the city of Miami, they have an entire building that could be utilized as a billboard in terms of paint or any other way that they could possibly wish. We do not need other structures going up at the same time. We already have the arches going up. We really need to finish one project before we move along to another. Additionally, the PAM in the past has had a homeless encampment on it. They are not capable of maintaining their own property, and they have basically polluted our own land that we've given them in the past. So I don't see how they could possibly be trusted with the sites and ads and things that would be going on a billboard. So I ask you to politely decline this. Plus, all of the other residents, they don't really want LED lights shining right in their windows. I mean, I know at this very moment, I have police lights shining in my windows all night because of an Una Residences project. And it's just not something that residents want, need, and it's actually quite a distraction as a whole for our entire city, much less the drivers that are going by. So I politely ask you to decline.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Brenda Betancourt, 1436 South 6th Street. In favor of FR1, FR2, and just a reminder for when we drive by 8th Street and 27th Avenue, the huge sign that is in the college. My college, but it's wrong, is really distracted, but just keep that in mind. I have a concern in the DI1 item that you have for the magistrate, for the co-enforcement board. The reason that we fight for many years to be removed is because, let's be realistic, this is Miami. People pay a specific attorney, plan runner, representation, and the person who's been doing the wrong thing in the enforcement and doing violation in the city, we're getting a slap on the wrist and nothing will happen. And that's the reason that the magistrate was removed, because the person were picked to go to the magistrate and not pay any fees or do a different thing when they come as a repeat violation in the code. I understand that we have lack of quorum for a co-enforcement board. Every single one of you. If we come, it's embarrassed that 3 of us here, 2, and we are 7 members. It's not just irrespectful to the ones we sacrifice our time to come and here for hours, twice, or sometimes 3 times in a month. But it's very respectful for the people who come and sit in these chairs and try to see what they're going to do with the cow violation and the properties. People that worry because they think they're going to lose their house. So every single one of you have a representation. Why did those people don't show up? If they don't show up, then replace them. Because it's not necessary for people to come here every time. 3 meetings we haven't have a quorum.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mayra Severo, Senior Director of Human Resources for Perez Art Museum. I just wanted to say that a gentleman representing a media company that was not selected by Pam misstated the content of our lease with the city. They amended the lease in 2009 to remove the height restriction he referenced. The new height permits us to go over 110 feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today? My name is Andrika Tompkins. My address is 5120 Northwest 24th Avenue. I am here today to support FR1 and FR2. As a resident of Miami-Dade County, better known as the city, I've seen it deteriorate over many years. In addition to the deterioration, we have been plagued by the tourist attractions, the oversized billboards, because some of those billboards are bigger than our apartments. They're bigger than our houses. We are being taken over by gentrification, by the tourists, by various things that I don't feel the oversized billboards will contribute to something positive for us. As we transition into a larger hub as a city, we are also transitioning into a digital world. We have the world at the palm of our hands. In our phones, we have everything that we need. What is the purpose of the oversized billboards? What are they advertising that we don't have on our phones that we can go to at the swipe of a palm? In addition to the oversized billboards, the artificial light emission, the pollution, the ecosystem disturbances, and our internal health is something that Miami-Dade County is not addressing, and that's the mental health crisis. The light emissions is going to contribute to a larger mental health crisis. Although some of those laws have been passed, some of those policies are in place, does not mean that it's okay. Remember.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Remember.
Thank
Slavery was once legal. That does not mean that it's okay.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Is there anyone outside that would like to speak for public comment? I know we had overflow. I don't want to miss anyone. Can you please check before I close public comment? Okay. At this time, our public comment period is closed. Thank you all for coming and speaking and sharing your concerns with us. We always appreciate it. At this time, may I have a motion to pass the City of Miami Commission meetings for November 16th, 2023?
Motion.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. We are on our consent agenda items. Are there any items from the consent agenda that you, my colleagues, would like to pull from CA 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
On CA5, we need to amend it with regard to the settlement language and who will be receiving what, but that's the only amendment.
Okay. I would like to make one statement about CA2, the Camillus House Shelter Program. I understand that one of the entities that pledged money for the beds hasn't paid for last year. Commissioner Reyes, are you aware of that?
No, I don't.
Okay, it's from your organization.
DDA?
Yes.
Oh, yes. And I know that we are not, instead of giving it to Camilla's house, it was given to Hermanos de la Calle.
Right. No, I'm not talking about what you're doing this year. The
No, this
funding
year-
for it hasn't been paid for last year.
From last year? Okay,
Yes.
I'll look into it, but I believe that that was the reason that we redirected it to Hermanos de la Calle, which are doing an excellent job of getting people out of homelessness, housing them, training them, and sometimes even relocating them to other areas in the state.
Okay. Well, that's wonderful to hear. There's more than one entity that can accomplish
right.
this very necessary work to house our homeless population and give them assistance. Mr. Manager, I'd like to know how many we funded 100 beds last year, and I want to make sure that we continue to fund because the need is so great. So if my colleagues don't have any, I have a motion and a second.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Gabella,
I would like to discuss that CA2.
go ahead.
And I wanted to ask some questions. But one of the things that by talking to the police department, money directors, and some of my fellow commissioners, we have a problem, as we all do, with the homeless situation. It's not an easy problem to fix. But I understand that we have a problem that other cities are exporting them, if you will, to our city, and we're paying, for those costs. We're paying the consequences. And what I'd like to know is, how many do we have first choice for the city of Miami for beds in Camila's house?
Yes,
Can anybody?
we do, but that statement that you made, we have not yet been able to prove that statement. And I would like to reiterate to my colleagues that our approach to serving our houseless population has to always begin with compassion. I am not in favor of criminalizing our homeless population, and irrespective of whether they are transported until we can prove it, because once we can prove it, we can address it. But we have to continue the good fight. We have to continue to fund these programs so that we can continue to make a difference. And the city of Miami is doing better than many, many, many cities in the U.S. The homeless issue is out of control, and we are managing it properly as best we can. But what I love about what our team does here, our HEAT team, we manage this with compassion. And so I would ask that if any of us have entities, organizations that can help and to continue the funding, I would hope that we do that. I see Commissioner Reyes with his hand up.
I want to inform you that I was just informed that one of the reasons that last year was not paid because we never received an invoice.
You will get the invoice today.
Okay, well, get the invoice today, and maybe tomorrow you get. They will get the
I
money.
appreciate that.
So
From Commissioner Reyes' organization, I believe it's $40,000. Yes. Pull your mic.
but
If I can, Commissioner Guevara, thank you. Talking in what you were saying, there's another problem that we have to go back to. That it was brought up some time ago, and we haven't gotten a solution. And it begins affecting your district, and it starts there, then it spreads to some of ours. And the issue is the Miami-Dade County Jail, that's in District 1. What happens is that many of the people that are arrested, that are brought to Miami-Dade County unincorporated area right next to Doral, when they're going to be let loose, they're not let loose over there. They bring them over to the city of Miami. They let them loose in District 1, right across from District 3. And many of those people are individuals that came from other states, homeless, and they have nowhere to go at the time. So what do? They hang around District 1, they hang around District 3, and then some expand their walk and end up in downtown Miami. And we need to do a better effort. And I'm sure you will take the lead on this, Commissioner Gavella, with the county, force them, not what they're telling us that, we've done it. Speak to the police chief. See the reports that we have. To force the county to let loose of people in the area that they're jailed. Otherwise, the problem that we have is never going to end.
I agree.
We're taking care of the homeless problem for the vast majority of Miami-Dade County, and that is not right. Furthermore, I don't mind putting as much money as we need to, and this city is being compassionate. We're spending between the city's general fund and all of our agencies millions of dollars every year that goes towards the homeless program. But we need to hold them accountable as to how many beds are there. We need to get a report. How many of the people truly are coming from here? And not the musical bed game that happens sometimes. That they want to say that some that are really not from the city of Miami are from the city of Miami. For instance, Miami Beach. Miami Beach has been getting a free ride for a long time. They need to come into the table, and they have a tremendous amount of homeless problem over there. Lastly, while I will admit that we don't have, thank God, the level of homelessness and the problem that many American cities have, it's not acceptable to me to still have what we have. Go through downtown Miami and see the mess that we have there. And I dare to say that what we have in downtown Miami is no different than what you see in pictures and videos in San Francisco, in LA, in many other parts of our country. And that needs to be resolved. You cannot call yourself a major American city and have that kind of scenery that you see every day in downtown Miami. Now, it spills into some of our other areas. I thank the police department, the individuals that are in charge of our different programs for homeless, that within our districts, they try to clean up in the neighborhoods. We still have a problem in certain areas. I will tell you that with all the help that you've given, I'm very appreciative to District 3. That area around Flagler, 12th Avenue, is still a nonstop mess. While it's dropped, you still have a lot there. The area of Jose Marti Park, in that area around it. If we're not on top of that on a daily basis, it'll go back to what it used to be. So each of us knows our districts better than no one. So we know what areas we have problems with. And I suggest that you work with each commissioner to try to resolve that. But we do, and we shouldn't kid ourselves, we do have a very ugly situation out there. That yes, I agree with the chair. We should treat it with the utmost compassion, but we got to treat it. We can't be trying to hide it under the rug by saying that, we're have a lesser of a problem than other major cities. We do, but we still have a heck of a problem.
Yeah, we have a problem.
Right,
Madam Chair?
I think Commissioner Gabella wanted to speak.
Okay. Okay, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, no, what I want to say, I agree with Commissioner Carollo. This is a problem. It's an epidemic. It's not an easy fix. I am not for criminalizing the homeless. It could happen to anybody tomorrow, and we would want to be compassionate. But my problem is, as Commissioner Carollo stated, I've got the worst problem in the city of Miami, District 1. I got to protect my residents. And at the same time, we need to protect these people from being on streets that they are not protected. They're under the weather, in foul conditions, in dirty conditions. And I thank the chief, because I have spoken to the chief about this, and he's been proactive. He is proactive. He is doing what he can do, and the heat and everybody else. And on 22nd Ave, under the overpass of 836, there was an encampment. We cleaned up. You cleaned up, very thoroughly. They were taken to Camilla's house, and they were taken care of. But on 7th Ave, right in front of Camilla's house, on the west side of 7th Avenue, you have an encampment going on for a radius of about a block now. Okay, the Claude Pepper building, the residents of Claude Pepper, they were complaining that at night, they come over and start knocking on doors for food and other things, and there's a situation there. So what I'm saying is that if we don't address this problem, like Commissioner Carollo said, and like other commissioners, that I'm sure we're on the same page on this, we're going to have a bigger problem, and that's why I'm asking the question. Look, I understand. That the cities, and we've talked about Miami Beach, but we just can't tolerate that other cities, dump on us.
We have to be able to prove it. Aside from people being released from jail, we have not been able to prove as yet that, say, Miami Beach is dumping their homeless problems. But I encourage you to go out with the heat team. I went out with them. We were out till 11 o'clock at night to see firsthand the work that they are doing.
No. I'm not questioning the work. I'm not questioning the work, and I know that they're out there.
But you could see the difficulties.
I know. It's not an easy situation.
They have. And they will clean up an area, and 4 hours later, they're back.
They're back.
So it's a constant.
But here's the question. Here's the question that I'm asking. Okay, if this is the case, why do we have 40 families or individuals with tents, on the sidewalk on 16th Street and 17th Ave? So if we don't have a building, then I guess we're going to have to have a meeting of the minds and maybe construct another Camilla's house, But at the end of the day, we got a problem. No matter which way we put it, we have a problem, and this is going to be a bigger problem if we don't address it, nip it in the butt, very soon. And all I'm saying is I'm asking the questions to see how that goes along and to understand, so I can understand how many beds it is that, that the city is buying, how many are we using, and what's going on there, and why are these people out on the street? That's all.
We have I see the executive director of the Camilla's house here. She can answer that question, Ms. Hilda.
Madam Chair,
hold on.
if I may add some.
I guess good afternoon. Hilda Fernandez, Camilla's House, 1603 Northwest 7th Avenue in the city of Miami. Commissioner, through the chair, Commissioner, this program are beds that are funded by the city and exclusively for placement by the city. 100% of these beds are used for individuals that are brought to us by the Miami Police Department through the heat team. They go into short-term beds, eventually transition to the extended stay beds. The heat team, just like the outreach teams, have access to other beds that are funded through other sources, but this guarantees the city that when they go out to deal with the sidewalk in front of Mother Teresa's, that they have a resource of where to put the people. Since this program was funded, your officers have placed 1,433 people into these beds. I'm not going to pretend that it's 100% success. That is impossible. That's just the reality of the population we work with. But I'm happy to report that 43% of the people who came in, and believe it or not, that's considered a very high number, have moved into housing. They have left the streets, a very large percentage of them, 27% into permanent housing. Some have gone into treatment. Some have gone back with family, with friends. We relocate people. Yes, we do send them back. If they want to go back, we will get them a one-way ticket back to where they were from, if we can confirm they have a place to go there, because we hate to get dumped on. We don't want to be the dumpers either. So we are very respectful of that. But the bottom line is this program was created specifically as a resource for Miami police officers to be able to, when they go out to these locations, whether they're a sleeping area, an encampment, or they're just one person under the bridge, to that day have a place to take them. Because the system is strained. Beds are frequently full.
We get referrals from, we have placements, we get referrals from Hermanos, from the City of Miami Outreach Team, from our own Lazarus Special Outreach Team. But, they're all vying for the same beds. And when the city realized that that was a challenge for the police officers to go out and do something, they started investing in beds to be able to have the right to hold those beds for that purpose. And you have 100% occupancy, trust me.
And if I may say, I'm very passionate about this. I'm a board member of the Camillus House long before I became a public servant. So I'm acutely aware of all of the work that they are doing on behalf of our Miami houseless population.
And I don't doubt the work they're doing. That's not the issue here. The issue here is, I've been told also, that down there on 72nd Avenue and 36th Street, the jail, it's a revolving door. They're picking them up, and they come to our place. Okay? What do we do about that? Do we just sit on our hands and see the situation? Do we do something about it? And I'm just asking these questions to know, to be informed, to see how we're going to attack this issue.
Madam Chair.
I'm going to let Commissioner Pardo speak because he has not spoken as yet. And I see that he
Ms.
would like
Fernandez,
to.
I had a quick question. Does Miami Beach participate in this program, and do they fund beds at Camillus House?
They fund, I believe, 12 beds.
12?
I think they were asking for 6 more, maybe up to 18. We were waiting for that contract. So they do fund beds, not only at Camillus. I believe they funded at other facilities, not just Camillus House. But frankly, we have prioritized beds for partners within the community. And so the City of Miami has the largest chunk of the beds that we have right now at our facility. We expanded capacity in response to the request from the city to be able to accommodate more individuals, as the system is in fact very busy and occupied. All the other beds that are funded by the Homeless Trust, by the county's emergency shelter program, those are available to the outreach teams, but they are frequently occupied for very.
Do they participate in the Homeless Trust?
So to back up, so the Miami-Dade County since 1994 has been collecting a food and beverage tax in restaurants throughout the county, with the exception of in 3 municipalities that are exempt. That food and beverage tax is used 85% for homelessness and 15% for domestic violence. At the time that the tax was proposed to the state legislature, because the only way to levy that tax, it's a tax, is to have enabling legislation approved by the state. Back in 1992, when that was being proposed, there were 3 coastal communities that already collected a food and beverage tax. And they argued that they shouldn't have another penny because they already paid the extra penny. Right. And at that time, in an effort just to get legislation approved, the concession was made in 1992 to exempt 3 communities from having restaurants in their community levy the tax, and that's Surfside, Miami Beach, and Bal Harbor. There have been attempts in the last 2 legislative sessions, to have the State Enabling Act amended. They've not been able to have, and by the way, that is being pushed by the Homeless Trust. They are going to the state and asking the state to amend the legislation to remove the exemption to allow that food and beverage tax to be collected in restaurants in the city of Miami Beach, Surfside, and Bal Harbor. So it's important. It's a restaurant tax. It's a user tax. If I go and eat today at the Doral Ale House and I don't live in Doral, I'm paying the tax. So it's not a city tax. It's a user tax at restaurants. But the bottom line is that attempt has failed 2 legislatures in a row. There's been very little enthusiasm, even though there is an existing tax, to amend any legislation that would add more taxes to anybody. So, but there has been an attempt to do that. That effort has been led by the Homeless Trust, but it's failed. I don't know if it's going to go back to the legislature this session. It would generate millions of dollars more, because clearly exempting restaurants in those 3 cities means a loss of revenue that can be collected because people go eat on the beach and at Surfside and Bal Harbor. So that is definitely, certainly everybody is very supportive of that being changed. The city of Miami Beach did a straw ballot, and the residents of Miami Beach who eat at, more frequently in their own restaurants supported the legislation to eliminate the exemption. So they've, the city commission has moved to try to, be supportive, but it has not failed locally. It has failed at the state. Until the state amends the Enabling Act, that cannot be collected in those 3 municipalities.
Thank you.
I believe Commissioner Reyes wanted to say something.
Yes, what I want to say is that although we don't have no proof that all the municipalities are dumping their homeless in our city, I have been hearing this before I got elected. You see, and I'm talking to police officers and all of that they just come from wherever they are and they dump them in our streets. But we have a problem, and the problem is not that easy to solve. And I want everybody to know that the percentage of homeless that are the greater percentage of homeless are either addicted, you see, they're addicts, or they have some psychological problems. And most of them, and I'm going in my district, and I know that he even made a tape of it, that you offer them shelter. Said, you want, now I can take you, I can call Camilo's house or any other shelter, and they don't want to go to a shelter. You see, I have problems in my district, and I am always on top of that. But what I have seen is that they are not only in downtown Miami or in District 1, they are coming. They're going west to my district also, and to Joe's district. You see, we have a big problem, and the problem is not that easy. No, it's not a simple answer to it. You see, it is a combination of factors. You see, we cannot, those persons that they have any psychological problem, and you know they have psychological problems the way that they behave. You see, and we cannot get them into institutions. We cannot institutionalize that because the Supreme Court said no, and that's when the homeless problem really increased. But we have, I'm very hopeful with George Lifeman project. You see, if you're not aware of it, or if you haven't visited what George Lifeman is doing, I strongly recommend that you go visit it. That's why I'm so, I am extremely in favor and always trying to get some funds for them. Because I think that it's not going to solve the problem completely, but I think that it will reduce the problem because he's going to be housing them and he will have the ability to even to get them, and I mean, it's going to have even a small court in house, and they can get them either institutionalized or whatever it is. But it is a great project that all of us should be aware of it. And believe me, we have a huge amount of homeless that they are not economic homeless. They're not homeless because of they have problems with the economy. They are either addicts or they are they have some psychological problem. From the addicts, I have talked to the chief, and I said we have to be more aggressive on the pushers, people that are selling the drugs. We have to get them out of the street more than on the homeless. Get the people, get the dealers out of the street, and you see that they will move wherever they are. If they go to Fort Lauderdale, they will go to Fort Lauderdale. Okay.
And
that's what I want to
the program that he was mentioning will address homelessness with the mentally ill population. It's going to be a fantastic program. It's going to bring over 200 beds, available beds into the system and give much needed support. I believe you are trying to...
Thank you.
They go to Baker Act.
Let me say that the numbers that you have presented in what you have accomplished, while to many it might not seem high, they're tremendously high numbers.
Yes, they are.
And I compliment Camilo's house and the work you're doing in reaching those numbers. The problem that we have, however, is one that it's a revolving door. It never ends. This is a national problem. It's not a Miami problem. We've been able to handle it better than some areas. I have my theories why, but it's a national problem. And as Commissioner Reyes said, you have a tremendous amount of people that are out there homeless, that it's not that they're homeless from what we traditionally saw as being homeless. You fell into hard times, you didn't have a job, you didn't have financial means, you went out there. Many of these people are homeless because they're drugged out. They've taken so many drugs. In some cases, it hasn't been that many before it knocks them off. And then in some cases, it's so much already that they lost their minds. They're not functioning, nor are they going to function any longer. And what has happened to all of us, and it's happening to Camilla's house, that it's a wave after wave that we're getting of people from other states that are coming. Do you remember, Commissioner Reyes, when we started to clean up Maurice Ferre Park? We had over 100 homeless there. Before we implemented the law, we took 3 days, a Friday, a Saturday, a Sunday. The police chief went out there himself. The DNA president even came out a few days, even though he'll probably deny it now. And we went to each of the homeless. We made sure that the cameras the police officers had, we would film it, giving them pamphlets, letting them know that Monday was D-Day, that by 10 p.m. the park was closed on the city ordinance that we had citywide. Some, I hate to say what they were telling us and where to go. But the bottom line that we kept asking each of them, you know, if you need shelter, you need a place to go, we will help you. They didn't want any. I think there was only one that said yes, and when we came, they were gone. They really didn't want it. And we saw the problem that we had. The vast majority of the people we had there, they were not from Miami. They came from other parts. And whether we want to face the reality or not, we've been at a silent Cold War with China for some years now. And how they're trying to kill us is not with the missiles, it's not with biological, chemical weapons. They're trying to kill us by burning as many of our minds of our citizens and residents that they can. First, it was through the mail, until our government got on top of it, and a lot of that was curtailed. Now it's through open borders that the cartels are bringing in for the Chinese all these new drugs that in many cases, after the first usage, the second usage, they're hooked. And this is why we have the problem in so many of our major cities. And that goes along with other problems. Sex trafficking of women, young kids, whether women, young girls or boys. And as I said, it's a national problem. And no matter how much money we're putting today, we're going to have to put more tomorrow and tomorrow until there is a national effort to try to stop it. And the victims, you could read about them every week in our urban cities. The little African-American child that's been wounded or killed in Overtown or Liberty City, the shootout in some of our urban areas and our Hispanic districts. And usually because that's where it's happening, we find that it's acceptable. If it would be happening in Coral Gables, Key Biscayne, Gene, other areas, I don't think it would be as acceptable. But this is a reality of what's happening. We're being attacked in a silent war that you're only seeing with the shootings, the dead or wounded, and of course, through all the homeless individuals that you have, that many have major drug problems. Some, it was too late already, they're burned out. They're clocked out.
Right.
And,
Correct.
you know, we as a city can only keep funding this as much as we can.
Exactly. So I have a motion and a second for CA 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. CA 5 as amended. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next up is a mitigation item. Are the parties here ready to present for the mitigation item?
Which one is that?
RE1.
RE1?
This in your district?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam City Attorney, is Code here? Okay. Well, I want to get through as much as I can get through before we... Good morning, Director Santos.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the board. RE1, I'm Robert Santos Labona, Co-Compliance Director. RE1 is a mitigation of a property located at 17 East Flagler Street, Suite 1. The following is a synopsis. Respondent is 17 East Flagler Street, LLC. Notice of violation issued on November 28, 2021 for failure to maintain exterior of the property and graffiti. Originally, the case was scheduled before Code Enforcement Board on February 3rd, 2022. It was heard on April 7, 2022. Adjudicated. The violation ran for 523 days. It accrued a total of $130,750. The respondent, I haven't spoken with counsel, but Legal Division Chief Dooley has. The respondent is offering $19,612.50, which is the equivalent of 15%. What I have. Dooley?
Good afternoon, members of the Commission. Rachel Dooley, City Attorney's Office. Yes, as the Director said, that's correct. It was a property that was having a lot of issues with people coming onto the property to keep it clean. They eventually did get it into compliance. They filed the suit. They are here for mitigation and requesting it at 15%, and I'll yield to counsel for any questions you may have.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Nicholas Rodriguez on behalf of the property owner, 17 East Flagler Street. I'm joined by the property manager and maintenance manager, Frank C. Palmer. This is simply a case where a compliance inspection was just not called in time. The violation was for graffiti and a maintenance issue with the canopy. The property maintenance manager, Mr. Palmer, can attest that they have a graffiti team coming out to the property and multiple properties in downtown several times per week to cover the graffiti. It always comes back, so it's a recurring issue. And then the issue with the canopy required a building permit. That roofing building permit was issued in August of 2022, only 132 days after the compliance date was reached. But unfortunately, they failed to call for the compliance inspection, and the fine accrued. So we are offering 15% and respectfully requesting the approval. We just want to note that there have not been any additional graffiti violations or property maintenance violations. And we wanted to thank Mr. Commissioner Manolo Reyes because the Downtown Development Authority Permit Assistance Program has really assisted this property owner with obtaining permits and resolving those violations before they go to hearing and before they become a long-standing lien. So with this one, we're asking for 15% and, of course, ongoing good behavior and compliance. Thank you.
I want to put on the record that I take offense to responsible business owners being penalized for the acts of another. The graffiti that occurs in our community, where you have responsible businesses that are there. He said they have a graffiti removal team. What about the businesses that cannot afford a graffiti removal team? You eradicate the graffiti, and within a week, they're back. So I would like for our team to consider that issue. I'm going to accept your 15%. I'm going to round it even to $19,000. So that's a little less than 15%. Just so we can have an even, easy number. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second? I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
As amended.
Madam Chair, if I agree with you with in reference to the graffiti, that some merchants they are penalized because some kid or somebody overnight that comes in the middle of the night they do graffiti in your wall. Next morning, and you got a ticket. We had a long time ago. We had a team and that went all over the city, and it was a task force. Graffiti. They were like policing graffiti, and immediately that we did, and it was very effective because whoever does graffiti, they want people to see it. And that team at the time, what they did is they covered until they stopped doing it in that particular wall. And I believe that we have to
reinstate that. Reinstate that initiative that he's
That's
speaking
right.
of. That came to fruition because as a business owner, when I was the president CEO of MLK EDC, I got together with the mayor to look at that legislation because our building was affected by graffiti. I had someone come and paint over graffiti. He's walking me around the building, and by the time I got to the other side, someone had tagged us again and the paint was wet. And it was unfair. And for businesses that cannot afford, and I would get violation after violation, threats from the city, what they're going to do, how much these liens are accruing. We aren't the bad actors. We weren't the bad actors. So I would like for the city to look into that program again, the graffiti mitigation team, I think they were called, to refund that, reinstate it if it is not, because it is unfair. Now, I am excluding vacant property owners that do not take care of their property and they leave their property delinquent, vacant, and it's overgrown, and they're not. I'm excluding them from what I am speaking of. But it is not fair to punish businesses for bad actors. That is, graffiti is a crime. Tagging a business is a crime.
Chairwoman. Madam Chair, if I may say, let's work in that, in going back and have that legislation passed. I will co-sponsor it with you.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, just as a point of reference, you and I have spoken about businesses that are victimized. Commissioner Reyes, we do have in place an ordinance that allows the city to obscure graffiti as long as it abuts public right-of-way from the sidewalk. And we do have a very successful program right now working with solid waste. We issue the notice of violation, and solid waste comes and obscure the graffiti. We don't paint it, we don't exact match it, but at least we obscure it. So that's something that we already have in place, successfully implemented.
Do we have enough personnel? Because graffiti is all over the city.
Right. So I would have to yield to solid waste, who is the department that is helping us do that.
Because what we have to do, and we have to make an effort, that once the graffiti shows up, you see, then there is, it's taken care of.
I just want to make
can do it. Maybe we can do it through our district offices if they give us the personnel and they give us the paint and all of that. Maybe we can do it.
As long as the graffiti abuts the sidewalk or the public right-of-way, solid waste is obscuring after we issue the initial notice of violation. So I want to put that
So
on the record.
I'm going to move this along because
Thank you.
Yeah.
we have quite a long day ahead of us. Maybe
Okay,
not.
let's go.
Mr. City Clerk, do we have any board appointments? I think we can get that out of the way before we break.
Yeah, I got some board appointments.
Yes, ma'am. BC4, Bayfront Park Management Trust. Commissioner Gabella will be appointing Carlos Martel to his seat on the Bayfront Park Management Trust.
Do I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
BC5, Civilian Investigative Panel. Commissioner Gabella is recommending confirmation of Mr. Gabriel Paez. Mr. Paez is an employee of Miami-Dade County and requires a 4-fifths employment waiver pursuant to Section 2-884E of the City Code.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Se-
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
BC8, Code Enforcement Board. Commissioner Gabella will be appointing John Cunille to his seat on the board.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
BC15, LGBTQ Advisory Board. Commissioner Gabella will be appointing Erica Goitizolo to his seat on the LGBTQ board.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
That concludes the boards and committees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. City Clerk. May I have a motion for SR1?
SR1.
FR1?
SR1.
SR1.
Okay. Motion?
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam City Attorney, would you please read the title in for the record?
For which item?
SR1.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 4 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Alcoholic Beverages, and Chapter 36 of the City Code titled Noise, to provide for City Commission authority to waive certain restrictions containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. I'm going to come back to first reading items.
Good.
After the break, we only have 2 PZ items, PZ 1 and 2. Madam City Attorney, can you read those titles into the record for us, please? PZ 1 and 2.
PZ1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to section 1633187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from medium-density restricted commercial to restricted commercial for the property generally located at 1250 Northwest 22nd Avenue, Miami, Florida, is more particularly described in Composite Exhibit A, making findings and providing for an effective date. And PZ2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from T5L, Urban Center Transit Zone Limited, to T68L, Urban Core Transit Zone Limited, for the property generally located at 1250 Northwest 22nd Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Composite Exhibit A, attached and incorporated. Further, accepting the voluntary proffered covenant attached and incorporated as Exhibit B, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
I'm sorry, Chair.
Ma'am?
Who's the mover and seconder?
Hang on. Discussion, please.
What
On PZ1 and PZ2?
I think Commissioner Gabella was the mover and
Okay. Yes.
Commissioner Carollo was the
PZ1,
second.
yeah,
It's PZ 1 and 2, and Commissioner Gabella would like to say something?
Yes, I just want to make sure that there's a covenant added of no more than 8 stories. Just want to reiterate, that's on the record, that there's office space going to be available for the Polish American Club. There's going to be 20% affordability housing on the site, and there will not be any upzoning of 36 months on that. If that's the case, I'm I'm ready to proceed forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. I was going to bring that up too.
Okay, so I believe we have a representative to comment on.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, good afternoon. For the record, Javier Fernandez with offices at 201 Alhambra Circle, Suite 1205, on behalf of the Polish American Club. Commissioners, thank you for hearing us today. Very briefly, I just want to be clear. We have met with the community. We understand, Commissioner Gabello, that those are the additional requests they'd like us to incorporate in the covenant that we had already proffered. I just want to be clear. We would appreciate the adoption of the item as it's presented today. I cannot represent to you at this moment that with respect to the height limitation, I don't have authority to say yes to it right now because we're having a board meeting this Saturday to take up that item since we met with them last Wednesday. But between now and second reading, I'm happy to come back and hopefully affirm that that's something that we can agree to. I just don't have the authority today since the board has not taken action on that item.
So, Madam City Attorney, can we take that into account and
So I just want you to know if it's not in the covenant, it doesn't exist.
But
so,
this is first reading,
Right.
so
Yeah, he wants
if
to
it's
go to
not by
executive.
second
So
reading,
right.
We understand that on second reading, we'll proffer a modification, hopefully with authorization to address the points that were raised.
what date can we set for the second reading?
but the second reading is going to come automatically.
Mr. Clerk, which second reading, do we have that set for, do we know?
For PZ1.
That's up to the planning director.
Commissioner Gavella, as the
Yes, sir.
maker of the
Can I just-
motion, I'm the seconder.
Thank you.
Could you be willing to change the original motion with a subject to that they come back and proffer
Absolutely.
what we're asking?
Thank you.
So it should
Absolutely.
be subject to.
Subject to.
So it's clear that we're just not even voting on this on
All
first
right.
reading.
So be it. Yes.
We'll take that direction we've heard it loud and clear. We'll take that direction back. Hopefully we'll get the ratification on that change this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
And the city clerk needs to say, needs to put something on the record.
Just briefly for the record, there is a supporting document for PZ 1 and 2 that needs to be substituted. It does not amend the legislation.
Thank
so
you.
then, just to be clear, because I don't think we have a date, is this coming back first meeting in March then?
I think the first meeting in March will give us some time to make the modification.
Okay.
Okay.
And just for the record, there's only one meeting in March. That's March 14th.
No objection to that date. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all for your time.
And
As amended?
we already said that as amended. To
No.
not as amended, but to include.
There's
the-
some supporting documents that need to be substituted. That's it. It doesn't amend the legislation.
And we omitted RE4. May I have a motion for RE4?
Hold on, let me see what RE4 is.
It's the lease agreement, Coral Way Investments, Inc., District 4's item.
Move.
I have a mover and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Item carries, moves unanimously. Thank you. Now, my colleagues, how would you like to proceed? We have.
Can we come back after lunch? For everything
So
else?
would you like to come back and go directly to our meeting with regard to redistricting? Or do you want to come back after lunch, take up the Omni CRA, then break? It's up to you guys.
Come back after and do Omni CRA.
Or if the Omni CRA isn't going to be lengthy, I'll do it right now.
I'd rather
You'd rather-
come
okay.
back.
Come back?
Yeah.
So you
All
want to
right.
do Omni CRA first and then take
Yeah.
our other meeting? Okay.
Okay.
So for everyone that is here, I see some heads not shaking. For everyone that is here, we are going to break for lunch. It is now 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock. And we'll break for lunch until 3 o'clock. I always have a 2-hour lunch break because we don't just have lunch. We do other stuff in preparation for our afternoon meeting. You know, we have to meet with our staff. We have to go over for those. But I can tell you, if I go one more minute without having something to eat, I'm unreasonable. So we all need to eat. It's not just me, but I'll take it today. So we're going to come back at 3 o'clock. We'll have the Omni CRA meeting at 3 o'clock, and then we will break for the meeting that we have to have with respect to redistricting. So I would think you should not come back unless you're interested in the Omni CRA meeting for a couple of hours. I don't know how long we're going to be in the redistricting meeting. Okay? Thank you again for coming. Thank you for your advocacy. And we'll see you back this afternoon. Meeting is in recess.